Hello everyone, and welcome to the 11th Zabbix Summit edition of 2023. My name is Victor. I'll be your host for this evening. I'm from the Zabbix support team, and some of you may already know me, but it's a pleasure to be with you all here. And it's really great to see a lot of faces that we met before, and this event wouldn't be the same without you, especially without our sponsors. So please, I'd like to ask you for a round of applause for our sponsors, starting with our diamond sponsor, initMAX. Our platinum sponsor, IntelliTrend. Our platinum sponsor, IZI-IT. Our platinum sponsor, Alenta. Our gold sponsor, Quadrata. Our gold sponsor, Opensource ICT Solutions. Our gold sponsor, Docomo Business NTT Communication. And our silver sponsor, s.r.l. So, I believe that you all already explored a little bit, but here's the schematics of our floor plan. Then you can just go around and just visit the sponsors booths, support booth. We also have sales here that if you want to buy some trinket from Zabbix, you can just find them right out here in the exit. And of course, let's talk about all of you guys, right? What we have here, we have about 30 speakers and 400 guests, and from more than 48 countries. So that's a big event. A round of applause for you all. So on your, you find the QR code to participate for our Q&A that will be happening tomorrow. So you can just grab your little thing that everybody has, I believe, that your mobile phone, something new, and then you can just scan the code and you'll be directed to this Slido where you can just ask any question that will be answered, fortunately, tomorrow. And don't forget that if you are using social media, and I believe that you all are using this, make sure that you use hashtag Zabbix Summit 2023. So this is all for the initial announcements, everybody. I hope we all have a great day. We have a great weekend. And I'd like to call for the stage our CEO, our chief, our leader, father, Alexei Vladishev.
Yeah, thank you very much, Victor. And well, it's always such a great pleasure to open a Zabbix Summit, to see so many Zabbixers in one room. And I think it's always a great opportunity for all of us to learn more about Zabbix, to learn more about monitoring, observability in general, because there are so many smart guys in the room. We can learn a lot, and we, as Zabbix, as a company as well. So today, I would like to talk about kind of the current state of Zabbix and where we are going. I would like to give you a little bit more strategic view. Of course, I'll talk about some features and functionality of Zabbix, but I would like to answer some questions maybe about the future of Zabbix. So first, so at this moment, there are so many different companies from different industries, like, I don't know, chemistry, agriculture, aerospace, travel, banking, finance, and many companies. Of course, they all rely on infrastructure, IT infrastructure technologies, OT, operating technology. And of course, actually, I just remember the first day of Zabbix and how Zabbix started. When I was a system administrator, I was take care about my business, a smaller business of different Unix machines, Oracle databases, DB2 databases, and I really always was asking the question, is my business up and running? Yeah, the systems I'm responsible for up and running, performant enough, and so on. And actually, on different levels in our companies, people are asking exactly the same question. Do we work efficient enough? Are we where we are in the journey to operational excellence? Yeah. So do we do our work efficient enough? And of course, we need some tool. We need someone from the outside to look and answer this question. And that's exactly what Zabbix is doing. So we really define our mission like helping businesses deliver flawless services, produce high-quality products for a better world and happier people. Actually, Zabbix, of course, you may say, okay, Zabbix is a monitoring tool. How do we help businesses? And we help a lot. Yeah, we really produce a tool, a software, a piece of software that constantly verifies that the work we do on the different levels, especially in IT infrastructure, OT, everything is working well, and it's available, and it has a good performance. And we can measure different metrics like a quality, like a performance, like a speed, whatever, anything we can do. And the way how we look at our product, of course. So Zabbix, you know it. So Zabbix is a free and open source enterprise level monitoring solution and universal monitoring solution. And that's what we are building. And looking in the future, I really see Zabbix a tool, kind of an ultimate monitoring and observability tool, which covers many different aspects. It should cover the whole stack of IT technologies, OT technologies. I think Zabbix, it really needs to be extremely adaptable, and that's why with every new release, we're introducing some kind of more flexibility. We're adding some small things that make Zabbix more flexible on the different levels. And of course, we want to make a tool, we want to make a product which is affordable and available to everyone with the lowest total cost of ownership possible. And I'm not talking about kind of a license fees. So obviously, Zabbix is free and open source. There are no license fees involved. That's one thing. But I'm talking about some other things as well. I will speak about this in more details later on. And of course, I want Zabbix to have also some machine learning, artificial intelligence capabilities, so that it will give us, it will learn from what it's, because in Zabbix we have tons of data, we have lots of information to learn from, and this information needs to be used, well, again, in a very efficient way. So, yeah, today I will talk more about kind of strategic directions or strategic vectors of Zabbix development, so that we can all understand why the decisions we are making now, why we are making those decisions, and how they may affect the future product of Zabbix. So, yeah, staying open source. I think from the very beginning it was, well, it's DNA of Zabbix. We have free and open source software. Nowadays, obviously, you can see that some companies become much more protective, yeah? Some companies announce maybe some cloud-only strategy, removing on-prem, moving the product totally to the cloud, providing it as a SaaS-only solution. Some companies are changing licenses to protect themselves from a big guys, well, like big public clouds, for example. Yeah. So, but we at Zabbix, we want Zabbix to stay free and open source. Yeah. We don't have any intention, or we don't have any plans to, I don't know, to turn Zabbix into open core product, or I don't know, to introduce closed source products. Everything we do in Zabbix right now, 100%, is a free and open source. Yeah. So, and we continue to do so. Thank you. Yeah, and another thing which I believe is very important, I've been talking about this over and over. It's about the freedom. Yeah, that's we really trying to give as much freedom to our users as possible. So if you want to deploy Zabbix on-prem, no problem. You want to deploy Zabbix in the cloud, no problem. You want to use Zabbix for one use case or another case, it doesn't matter. We give you a tool, and you think how you can use this tool or you can extend this tool. Sustainability. So nowadays, many companies, and you can hear it from, I don't know, everywhere, social media, TV, okay, we want to be sustainable, and so on. But I understand sustainability as ability to make right long-term decisions, yeah? It's not about kind of making short-term decisions to gain some value right now, today, to get some earnings maybe, or some financial benefits, but it's more about being more, to put more wisdom in your decisions. And I think we as Zabbix, as a company, and as a product, we are doing all our best to make sure that the decisions we are making right now, I'm talking about maybe some architectural decisions if you are talking about the product, or maybe some business decisions which when we think about what kind of services we provide to our users, or maybe when we discuss with partners how we can cooperate better. So we always are thinking in the long term. We are not the company who tries to make a very quick short-term decisions. And yeah, and the way how we sustain and develop and able to grow a bigger company, and thus a better product, because a better product requires resources, yeah, and we are the company, a financial company, and the way how we do it, we deliver commercial services, obviously, yeah, for end users or for MSPs, companies, and with the help of our team or the network of our partners. At this moment, we have more than 250 partners all over the world, and I'm very grateful to our partners for your trust, for long-term cooperation. And it's really, again, it's been in the DNA of Zabbix almost from the day one. Yeah, just 2 days ago, I tried to remember when we introduced a partnership program, and we introduced our partnership program 6 months after the company Zabbix was established. Yeah, so in 2005, in April, we established the Zabbix company. In 2005, in October, the first partnership program was published on our website. So it's the cooperation with the partners. It's very much our kind of strategic value, and I'm very, very grateful for this. And of course, Zabbix team is growing over time. And company, and financially, we've been profitable from day one with a growth rate of about 20, 25, 30% over the years. And at this moment, we have more than 150 people working full-time in Zabbix in the different regions of the world. And this year, I'm very happy to announce that we opened another subsidiary in Mexico, in Mexico City, to serve better as a Spanish-speaking LATAM users. Very happy about it. So what's next? Yeah, so Zabbix is all-in-one platform. Again, it's not something new, but I believe it's really, really important, yeah, so that you, as a user of Zabbix, you install our tool, you install Zabbix, and it gives you immediate, value, yeah, and it gives you everything to actually to start the monitoring immediately. And I think the real power of Zabbix is that it implements a very simple yet extremely powerful pattern. So pattern is very simple. We collect data, then we analyze data, then we react to the findings, and we visualize this data. Actually, it's very simple. Actually, that's how humans work to some extent. Yeah, we kind of observing things, then we're analyzing some information, then we doing some actions, or maybe we don't do anything. It's our decision. Yeah, so, and in Zabbix there are many kind of powerful concepts like Zabbix agents, for example. We all used to Zabbix agent, but they're very, very powerful. They support push-pull methods, they support so many different security-related things. They're extremely flexible, they can be limited if you're talking about the monitoring of very kind of sensitive environments, so you can limit the capabilities of Zabbix and so on. Proxies. Proxies also an extremely powerful thing, especially for those who are interested in edge computing. So edge computing is all about making well, operations more efficient, so that you don't collect all data or do all processing in one central location, but instead you are trying to make processing as closer to the data source as you can. Yeah. And the proxies actually deliver the edge computing, so that if you have some remote data center, you install a proxy there, and proxy does some work. Not everything, but some work as data collection, as pre-processing. And pre-processing sometimes can be very, very heavy operation, especially when we are talking about working with some structured data like JSON, XML, whatever. Yeah? Yeah, we do provide API, we do provide anomaly detection, auto-remediation function, and so on. But the most important part is that this pattern, data collection, analysis of data, problem detection, reaction visualization, it's a very powerful concept, and I think it can be applied not necessarily to monitoring and observability, but also to some other use cases in the future. Yeah, so Zabbix, I think in the future it will not be limited only to monitoring observability. Maybe we'll find some other uses of Zabbix. So again, Zabbix can monitor, and we are doing all our best. So Zabbix can do monitoring of all things from the very low level, like a hardware, IoT, sensors, maybe some environmental monitoring, whatever, up to a very high level of the business monitoring, maybe application monitoring, and Kubernetes, and the cloud services, basically anything. Of course, we are not good enough at this moment in some things, like, for example, APM, yeah? I know I'm having many discussions with you guys, and it's a very, very kind of frequent request. Okay, we want Zabbix to support application performance monitoring with maybe support of tracing and so on, and it is coming. Yeah, it is coming. So yeah, every year, every month, we improve our templates, we improve our integrations. That's why we have an integration team in Zabbix. And I'm very happy that at this moment we cover monitoring of public clouds, and we also extend our templates to kind of a more business use, like the Cost Explorer templates for public clouds. Yeah, and we just announced the Cost Explorer templates for AWS services. So yeah, I'd like to encourage you to have a look. Yeah, because it's not about kind of IT infrastructure monitoring. Yeah, anymore. It's more about monitoring of the finance, how much you spend on AWS resources like EC2, RDS, and many other resources. So it really helps from the day one to observe, okay, what is my budget, how much I'm spending, and maybe you can find, looking at these numbers, you can find very quickly how to save your money. Quality and security. Again, this is also a very important topic. And quality, security is basically is a quality. So if you have a high quality product, you solve maybe 50% of a security. But of course, you need to implement some security-related functionality in Zabbix. And by security, I understand this kind of the product delivery pipeline in Zabbix, how we work, how we produce our software with the independent QA, with independent code review, with security analysis. We use the tools like for static code analysis, for dynamics code analysis. We all do it. But also, it's about features which are included into a product. Yeah, I think you know all this. You all know this diagram. I don't want to go deep into details, but what's important here is in Zabbix, actually on absolutely all levels, we build many features and functionality which is aimed to increase security of Zabbix product, of the monitoring of observability. So that is really, really important. Starting from transport level to, I don't know, to the way how we work with API, user roles, and many other things. Yeah, so that is really important, and it again gives our users a freedom to use Zabbix in kind of highly sensitive environments when you have a very strict, maybe compliance rules, yeah? So that is really important. And remember that Zabbix source code is freely available, so everyone is absolutely free to do various security audits. And I have to say that we never collected any information out of Zabbix installation. We don't have any built-in telemetry. Zabbix doesn't ping, I don't know, zabbix.com for some reason. Yeah, so we don't do it, yeah? And we are free to make sure that it's indeed true, yeah? So Zabbix as a company was certified. ISO, we've got ISO 2701 certificate at the end of the last year. We continue to have a very fruitful cooperation with the HackerOne. The HackerOne is our partner who is a platform that provides access to a very experienced security engineers and so-called white hackers who are trying to find different security-related issues in your product, to find some different vulnerabilities, different things, yeah? And we announced the bug bounty program, I think 2 years ago, and every year those guys are reporting some things that we fix very, very quickly. And I think this year, so far we paid about $16,000 of US to independent security researchers, yeah? And it really gives us a little bit more confidence that it's not only us who look at Zabbix, who are trying to improve the security of Zabbix, but we have an independent party who also tries to make sure that Zabbix is secure. And of course, all those findings are publicly available on our website. Well, single pane of glass. So speaking about the strategy, I think this is one of the key vectors where we are moving to. Again, we want to make sure that Zabbix can be kind of a central part of your, IT, OT infrastructure, and it will give you all capabilities so you can see clearly, and it will give you the highest level of transparency so you can see clearly what's happening, what's going on in your infrastructure, in your company, on many different levels. And of course, visualization is super important, yeah? Because we want to, again, Zabbix collects information in so many different ways, and we want this information to be human readable. So text is really hard to understand. Is really hard to understand what's going on. But if it's visualized in a great way, then it's really much more digestible. And in 7.0, there are many changes that really brings a visualization to the next level. Yeah. So 7.0, it's our next release. We are working right now. It's LTS release, so it's super important to us to make it as stable as possible. Yet we want to include many great features there. So Yeah, so what changes I'm talking about? So all widgets can be used everywhere. For host dashboards, for global dashboards, it doesn't matter. Also, we are implementing a development framework for widgets. So independent developers can improve visualization capabilities of Zabbix by introducing new widgets. We are also making widgets, how to say, more and dashboards more dynamic by introducing so-called widgets navigators, yeah? What does it mean? It means that, for example, you may have, I don't know, list of host groups, yeah, like widgets. You click on a host group, then you see all the list of hosts of the host group, you click on a host, you see, I don't know, problems of the host, you click on a problem, and you see, for example, some problem-related information. So it really gives a great capabilities to build a highly dynamic and custom dashboards. Yeah, so that is, I think, I think it will be a game changer because at the end it will allows us to build custom UIs in Zabbix. So whatever UI you can imagine in Zabbix for your specific use case, okay, you can build it in Zabbix using a set of predefined widgets. So yeah, and what we are doing right now, of course, we are working on introduction of some core widgets. Like pie chart, donut charts, gauge charts. It's already available in alpha. And yeah, they may sound like something very core, something very basic, but in reality, we are trying to put as much flexibility as possible into those widgets. Reporting, so the capacity reporting, it would be possible to define some very precise time periods, absolute time periods like January, February, March, whatever, so that you can build, for example, capacity report, kind of 1 year capacity report, then you can see numbers for January, February, March, and so on. So you can see clearly what's a resource utilization, for example, in a graphical way or maybe in a text, on a tabular form, yeah? Yeah, there will be many widget navigators, and nearly all existing widgets which we have now, they can also be used as navigators, like a map, okay? So for example, on a map, like a geographical map, on a map you can see some hosts or devices in different geographical locations, and again, you see, okay, here in Berlin, I have a host with 5 problems. Okay, you click on this host, and then you could clearly see those 5 problems in the different widgets on the left side, on the right side. Yeah, so that is great achievement, and it's all just the beginning to build much more advanced visualization. Again, aimed to specific use cases. For example. Speaking to you, I receive this request, okay, we have a Kubernetes cluster, now we have the template for monitoring of the Kubernetes cluster, but what we want to see, we want to see much better visualization, yeah? We want to see how my Kubernetes cluster looks like, yeah? So I can understand this kind of relationship between different components, or for example a VMware, yeah, or maybe my cloud infrastructure. So we are thinking about the ways how to using advanced visualization, how to visualize such complex structures. And of course, this kind of the topology, I believe it's super important. We really need to understand how one object is related to another object, yeah, and also display it using topology information. Synthetic monitoring. Again, I've spoken about synthetic monitoring, I believe, for maybe 1 year, 2 years already. But now we are super close. In 7.0, it will be implemented for sure. And synthetic monitoring is about 2 things. Basically, it's kind of multi-step checks, okay? It's not like one-step check when you're asking for some metric, like, okay, give me a free disk space, or number of IOPS from RDS instance, yeah? And system returns you a number of IOPS, yeah? But synthetic monitoring is when you can basically script, you may have a multi-step scenario for monitoring. And especially it is useful for web application monitoring. When we want a user, when you want Zabbix to emulate a user behavior. So user logs in, it performs some actions, then we verify that the action is really executed and successful, and it does log out. Of course, you may tell, okay, but we have a web monitoring right now, yeah? But web monitoring is limited because we don't process JavaScript, yeah? But with the synthetic monitoring, it would be possible to basically to emulate a browser, yeah? If you're familiar with the tools like Selenium, yeah, as for Selenium, it will be very similar to what Selenium product can deliver. So that it will give us a great capabilities for end-user monitoring and monitoring of a user experience, but also this kind of multi-step concept, it allows us to basically emulate different scenarios. Yeah. For example, a user does something in the front end, then we expect that we've got some changes in the database, so that we do SQL query and we verify that the object which was added using web frontend is really in the database, and maybe some file is created in S3 somewhere in storage. Yeah, so it would be possible to verify and to script very complex business monitoring scenarios. So a single pane of glass. Again, if you have a look at the kind of longer term plan, I think what is coming and what you may expect in 7.0 and 8.0, and actually single pane of glass, what does it mean? It means ability to collect any types of data. And in Zabbix we are somewhat limited, because, for example, we don't collect OpenTelemetry data, which is useful for API monitoring. We don't collect tracing data, or maybe at this moment we are not so experienced in monitoring of log files. But I'd like to change it. Yeah. So we want to make sure that Zabbix is able to collect data of absolutely any types. Any structured data of any complexity, and it's not only about the collection, for example, of OpenTelemetry data. Yeah, it's not a big deal to collect OpenTelemetry data, but also the capabilities to react, to process OpenTelemetry data, for example, and visualize it. So that is super important. So a single pane of glass to me is ability to collect all sorts of data and visualize it in a proper way. What's next? Reducing operation cost. That's what I mentioned before. So Zabbix has extremely low total cost of ownership, but there are many things which we can improve and we can do. I'm talking about, it's not about license, so sometimes you understand total cost of ownership is about money we pay for the product, but it's also about time we spend working with the product. It's about some kind of inconsistencies in the product. It's about time we spend learning and reading documentation because we don't understand how the product works. So I think that usability aspect is super important, and flexibility aspect as well. Speaking about performance, performance is also a big part of lowering the cost, because if we have a high performance application, we don't need powerful hardware for this. And you know that Zabbix is an application which is based on processes. Yeah, so if you want to run more pollers, you increase number of pollers, and you can see more and more processes in your, well, in Linux. Yeah, the one poller, another poller, another poller, another poller. So starting from Zabbix 7.0, we made a transition. We are making transition from a process-based application to a thread-based application. And already some key components has been redesigned. like pollers, SNMP pollers, and network discovery, so that right now you may have just one single poller which will do the work for the 1,000 pollers which we used to. Yeah, it's because it's just it's a thread-based basically one process, many multiple threads, and they're working with the network calls in an asynchronous way. Yeah, so actually one process is able to maintain and to manage thousands and maybe tens of thousands of connections. So it gives us much better resource utilization, yeah, and CPU and memory resource utilization. And what's also important that it gives us ability to auto-scale Zabbix in the future, yeah. So instead of fine-tuning number of pollers, discoverers, trappers, whatever, you just run Zabbix and it will auto-tune all the configuration, so you don't need to spend time on the fine-tuning. The faster front end. I think you all know this, so especially for those who are running Zabbix in a large scale, for large-scale monitoring, with maybe tens or hundreds of thousands of hosts, millions of items, millions of triggers, you will notice immediately that if you're super admin, the web front end is super responsive. Yeah, it's very responsive. If you're a user, okay, not anymore. Sometimes it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds just to open, for example, the list of problems. And the reason for that is because of additional permission checks, which are quite heavy. But in 7.0, we found a way how to improve the situation. We actually will do some kind of a pre-calculation of user permissions, and it will really help us to deliver the same or almost the same, maybe we need a little bit more time, but almost the same speed, and it wouldn't matter if you are super admin or not or normal users. The level of responsiveness will be exactly the same. So I think it's a huge change. Of course, it doesn't add any functionality to Zabbix, but it makes Zabbix much more responsive. And those users, those customers who run Zabbix for large-scale monitoring, they will immediately see those benefits. Another thing in I think 7.0 or it's 6.4. Actually, I don't remember, sorry, anymore. But we are implementing in-memory data collection for proxies. So what does it mean? It means that it's possible, especially if you're running proxy on a lower profile hardware, like a Raspberry Pi type of hardware. Yeah, you don't want to introduce too many operations with your storage, because the storage is slow. Sometimes, and it creates additional benefits on operating system level, so that we're introducing in-memory storage of history data for proxies. So proxy collects data, then we reserve some buffer in the memory. It gets written into the in-memory buffer, and then directly from this in-memory buffer, this information goes to Zabbix server. And yeah, again, it gives us a number of advantages. If you run proxies as a virtual machines or some EC2 instances or Raspberry Pi type of hardware, it basically means that the same hardware will be able to monitor much higher number of devices. And again, it means more cost-effective solution, and we will use less energy, basically, for those who care about the energy use. The instant configuration update, again, it's about responsiveness. It's about saving time. By saving time, we save also money, we save our resources. And that is already implemented in 6.4. And this is, for those who missed it, is a great change. Instead of you know that in Zabbix database, we keep all configuration in the database, and then Zabbix server, it reads all the configuration from time to time into memory. That's how it worked before 6.4. But starting from Zabbix 6.4, we implement kind of a very gradual distribution of configuration changes. As soon as you make a simple single change, you create a new item, update host, update item, whatever, this change gets distributed very quickly to all components of Zabbix. Yeah? To Zabbix server, Zabbix proxy, Zabbix agent, and just after a few seconds or after maybe 10 seconds, you'll see, okay, the data is coming. Again, it creates a much, much better experience for users and much better feeling of responsiveness from Zabbix. And centralized management of item timeouts, it's about, again, it's about usability improvements, and it's about making Zabbix much, much more flexible. So for example, imagine a situation, you have a single item that requires 1 minute to retrieve information, maybe from some cloud API. Yeah, you have like maybe some megabytes of JSONs. The JSON needs to be generated somewhere, and it may take, I don't know, 1 minute, maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, 120 seconds, yeah? And of course, you need to increase timeouts, yeah? But the way how you increase timeouts right now, you go to configuration file, you do it, you do it manually, and it works on a global level, but not anymore. So timeouts can be managed right now on all possible levels, on a global level, on a proxy level, on item level. So today there will be talk from a Kaspar, and Kaspar will talk about these new capabilities into much more details. So it's not only about usability, but it's also improve the security, yeah, because we don't need to give some, I don't know, write permissions to configuration files anymore. All can be done through Zabbix front end. And zero-time upgrade of proxies. Yeah, so that is coming. No, sorry, that was implemented. And the idea is to make kind of a gradual update of proxies. So instead of upgrading Zabbix server and the proxies in one go, you just you can do it gradually so that older proxies will still continue to process, collect information, and send it to Zabbix server. So it's been implemented in Zabbix 6.4, and this is a great functionality. If you miss it, just have a look. And the great thing is that you can see the version of the proxy in the Zabbix front end. If you have some compatibility issues, Zabbix will warn you, hey, the proxy is outdated, only data collection and remote script execution is available, and that's it. Yeah, so you need to upgrade your proxy when you have time. Yeah, so reducing operation costs. Of course, so there are many changes which are already implemented and which we are implementing in the future. Yeah, so this transition to threads, and it's all to make sure that Zabbix is application that can be perfectly scalable on a vertical level. So the more CPUs, the more memory you add to Zabbix server, it will increase its performance linearly. Yeah, so that is about vertical scalability. But in the end, we also want to achieve a great level of the horizontal scalability. Yeah, so Zabbix, we put more and more functionality into Zabbix on one hand. On the other hand, Zabbix, I believe, becomes a faster and faster application with every new release. And complex event processing. So that's we are very close to it. The first implementation of the event correlation, the new event correlation module will be done in 7.0, and it's about root cause analysis and reduction of the noise. Yeah. Remember, we have introduced the concept of the cause and the symptom events recently. So the cause event is basically the root cause event, and symptom are just a symptom. And now it's possible to do this classification manually. So you manually can select events, and you can mark those events as the symptoms. With the introduction of with the advanced event correlation and event correlation module, it would be possible to make this classification automatically. Yeah? And what's all about? It's about normalization of event, filtering, ability to use some time window processing. So for example, if you have more than 1,000 of events within 1 minute, Zabbix will generate you just one event. Yeah, so things like this. Or you want to implement auto closure of older events. It would be possible. If you have event which is, or problem which stays for 7 days, it will be closed, it can be closed automatically, yeah? So that is very, very powerful functionality which is coming in 7.0. So, and complex event processing, it's all about events. It's all about making events, giving events the same flexibility in Zabbix as we have for metrics. Yeah, for metrics we have pre-processing. For metrics we have trigger functions, many different capabilities how to deal with the metrics, but not so much with events. And we would like to change it. And the first big steps will be done in Zabbix 7.0. And the next, maybe kind of the next generation of changes for events is obviously enabling AI ML capabilities, mostly for correlation purposes, and also a collection of third-party events. That's what I mentioned maybe last year as well, but that is super important, that Zabbix needs to be capable enough to collect events. Not only metrics, but events in a different forms. So, and real-time streaming. Again, we have implemented functionality of real-time streaming in 6.4. Yeah. Now it's possible to stream metric data and events data in real time to different destinations, well, if you want, with a tag-based filtering. So you can filter events or metrics by tags and push those events and metrics to different destinations. Yeah, for, I know, maybe you want to push some events to Kafka, or you want to stream all your metrics to, I don't know, to some data lake, whatever. But then, in the next releases, we are also introducing ability to ingest, to process streams of data, to basically to push streams of data into Zabbix. So Zabbix could subscribe to some data coming from Kafka, coming from Redis, coming from, I don't know, cloud services like Amazon SQS, and process them internally. Yeah, and proxy load balancing HA. This is very long-awaited feature. Again, it's also something where we'll do all our best to include, to fit it into 7.0. And the way how it will be implemented is basically ability to introduce the cluster or a high availability group for proxy, so that in this example it's just 4 proxies. And if and we want to monitor this number of hosts. And then Zabbix will automatically distribute those hosts between the different proxies. So one group of hosts will be monitored by one proxy, another group of hosts by another proxy, and so on. So this way, and then if one of the proxy becomes not available, it's not a big deal, yeah, because Zabbix will automatically rebalance, regroup host proxy relationship, so that we will get high availability and load balancing out of the box. What's next? And of course, we continue our way to make Zabbix extremely adaptable and extremely flexible and increase this kind of universal aspect of Zabbix. And of course, if you look at the timeline, there are already many things which we do. We have, it's like agent plugins, UI modules, pre-processing, webhooks, different scripts for alerting, for data collection. We can stream data and events to different destinations. But then we want to make it even more flexible by introducing this ability to make your own visualization, to ability to build a custom UIs, ability to process events in all different ways you can imagine, and also implementation of the data ingestion So the collection of a streaming data, and I'm talking about, well, any types of data. It could be open telemetry data, network devices sending to us, maybe NetFlow, JFlow data, and so on. And also processing of data of any type. I think that is super, super important. And actually, in Zabbix 7.0, we're introducing ability to process binary data. Kind of limited processing of binary data, but it is coming. So that is a great changes. And yeah, so again, if you look at the kind of a bigger picture, 7.0, 7.x, 8.0, again, as you can see, we are moving to what I can call it like kind of ultimate monitoring observability platform. We can call it like this, but that's really what we want to deliver. We want to deliver kind of the absolute level of transparency. So you use Zabbix and you see what is happening. If you have some problems, Zabbix will tell you exactly where the problem happened. If you want to drill down, you want to troubleshoot, Zabbix will have all capabilities and visual representation of data, so you can do it very easily. And maybe last but not least, also I think at some point we'll start introducing some management functions, because to some extent Zabbix is a read-only application in the sense that we collect data. We collect data from different devices, for example, but we don't do much with those devices. We don't give users enough kind of management functions to manage those devices and to do something from Zabbix UI. I think the management functions will also be implemented. And APM, APM, I think this is one of the top priorities for 7.x and 8.0. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Alexei, sorry.
Yeah.
Just a couple of questions,
Okay.
just a couple of top voted questions.
I try to escape, but
Nope, no chance. So one of the most important ones. So dashboards become bigger, better, more beautiful, but will we have the possibility to share them with others? So export and import of the dashboards.
well, I think there are two questions. One is sharing. Yeah, so yeah, sharing, it's a little bit difficult right now, yeah, because of the user permissions, yeah. But I hope we'll find a way how to share a dashboard by, I don't know, by sending some URL, yeah, that is coming. And also regarding maybe the export and import of the dashboards, and not only dashboard, but individual widgets, it's also coming. Yeah, what I'd like to see kind of out-of-the-box capabilities, so you could quickly, basically copy-paste widget in a JSON form, or copy-paste the whole dashboard in a JSON or YAML XML form, whatever. Yeah, it's absolutely needed. Yeah, especially if you have, for example, pre-prod environment and a prod environment, and you'd like to move your dashboards from one environment to another without import-export. It's just impossible. It's too much work.
Thank you. And just one more. Since, again, there are more and more features constantly being added to Zabbix, how do you think will it maybe in the future affect the release cycle? So the times between the major and LTS versions, new releases?
Well, we don't have any plans to change our release cycle yet. You may notice that recently some of our releases were delayed, especially I'm talking about LTS releases. And as you can see, Zabbix 7.0 was planned for the last quarter of this year, but most likely it will be implemented in the first quarter of the next year. Again, it's a little bit delayed. But it's delayed for, I think, for me, it's like for a good reason, yeah? So it's really, you know, it's like kind of temptation to add more good functionality to our users, and it's really hard to avoid it. But no, at this moment we don't have any plans to change our release cycle. We will do all our best to release every new major release every 6 months, and every 1.5 years it's an LTS release. Yeah, so we'll do our best. It's not only it doesn't work well always, yeah, but that's life.
But we will manage.
Yeah.
Thank you for your answers and your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, who's excited for 7.0? Let me some hands. Show me some hands. Yeah, great. That's good. So the next speaker is going to talk a little about automation. So we're going to explore real-life examples of discovering SNMP communities, and of course, other functionalities for automation in Zabbix with Python scripts. Please welcome Alois and Zadražil from our diamond sponsor, initMAX from Czech Republic. Come on, guys, applause. Yeah, you're shy.
Hello to everyone, especially Zabbix fans. My name is Alois Zadražil. I'm technical consultant in initMAX company, and I'd like to show you today some last year tricky solutions which we created for our customers. I have to say, it's a great honor for me to stay here, and I've never had a dream of being speaker at Zabbix Summit, at the greatest event of Zabbix, but now it's reality for me. So let me show you some solutions which combines scriptized item, JavaScript preprocessing, script actions, which helps us to automate some stuff, some tasks, and so on. At the first, I don't like the words Zabbix can do something, Zabbix can't do something. I had many discussions with customers with competitive products, and someone told me Zabbix can't do something. Really? With current advantages of script type items and script actions, you can do many things which are not available out of the box, but you can do that inside your front end without external scripting and so on. So it's like Murphy's Law. Don't say it's impossible, because there can be someone who doesn't know that it's impossible and he can do it. Yeah. So for the first challenge, I had a conversation with customer, and they told us Zabbix can't discover the SNMP community string. Yeah, it's something you can't guess community string from nothing. I asked them, what do you really need? And they told me that they have plenty of devices, and they doesn't know exactly which device is configured with SNMP community string, but they know that it's a community string from some list of community strings. So, yeah, that's not a big problem. I can write some application or external script, and I can detect it with it, and then deploy hosts inside Zabbix. But that was denied. They need everything to be configured inside Zabbix front end. No external script was allowed. Yeah? Okay, that was a challenge. The task definition for that, plenty of devices come into Zabbix, detect community string, and do much more stuff like automatically link templates, automatically distribute these host to host groups, and so on. So I have to build some sort of automation which distributes these devices into target host groups, link correct templates, and extremely important things, detect the community string from the list of communities. I prepared this diagram. So first of all, external application creates new hosts, and Zabbix start SNMP and ICMP detection. The first of all, ICMP, is it working or not? When ICMP is not working, host is not accessible, host is moved to host group of non-accessible hosts, and later the host is automatically deleted and the deletion is locked inside the file. When ICMP is working, we have to check whether SNMP is working. When SNMP is not working, we have to check whether all communities from the list was tested. If not, we have to change community string and test next one in an array. This can be done via API calls. I will describe this later. And next SNMP checks will be done with next community string. And this can circle around till one of these conditions is evaluated as true. So when SNMP is working, we can say our community string is found. We found the correct community string, so we can deploy this host to correct host groups, deploy the templates, and we are done. If all communities from the list was tested and no community string was correct, we realized that we don't have a correct community string, or SNMP tests on this device doesn't work for some other reasons. So we move this host to the host group with failed devices for next things. So that was the diagram, and how to do it, how to check ICMP. I think it's common for every one of you. ICMP simple check and some trigger function with some parameters. I use maximum for two checks, and when it's true, I evaluated that the ICMP is not working. How to check SNMP? It's not so easy like ICMP, because you need to choose some SNMP OID. I choose system description OID because I use system description later for decision of type of a device and for decision for template linkage, which template to link to this device. So I create some ICMP checks. I configure triggers, which checks whether SNMP is working or not. You can check it by latest data. When latest data is coming from a device, SNMP is working, but if fails, it's not so easy to check failed SNMP checks, but you can use internal check for availability of SNMP interface and combine it together. How to set community string and how to change it. That's about API calls. You have use a macro SNMP community, which you can use in interface setup, and I create SNMP community array, global user macro with an array of community string. In reality, customer has maybe 12, 14 community strings, and is cycled around to test it. The script is executed by the trigger action script, and it checks current setup of SNMP community strings, find this community string in array, and use the next one, yeah? And goes on. How to check whether all communities were tested? I have last one in array that is called not found, and when trigger condition found that the device has community string not found, the trigger starts and realizes that we tested all community string and realized that cycle completed and SNMP test failed. Yeah, that's a principle of this functionality. These are real graphs from customer dashboards. This is onboarding of 20,000 hosts. It takes time because there are plenty of API calls and plenty of checks which have to be done. And on the right side in the graph, you can see the process which is really under pressure. It's escalator, because you have to start many shifting of SNMP macro and many changes and linking of templates, but it works. Last slide for this challenge, technical decisions. It's not so easy in the real world. There is much more complexity. You have to think about timing, about timeouts of ICMP, timeouts of SNMP checks, update interval of these items, trigger settings, how many checks have to be done to decide that something is functional or not. And you have to think about proxy cache update and configuration cache update. Last sentence, you can use secret macro, but not in a whole process. You can use secret macro at the last time you set the final SNMP community. Okay, that was the challenge number one. Challenge number two. We need high availability for proxy. That was my communication. Customers told us we need all solution in high availability. Discussion almost the same. We have competitive products that can use high availability. Okay, Zabbix can do this natively yet. I hope we will have high availability and proxy level soon. And I asked them for what type of checks you need high availability. And they told me same as previous challenge, SNMP passive checks. And I said, yeah, it's passive check. That's not a big problem. They need only automate switching proxy when one proxy failed to another proxy. Okay, that was a challenge number two. Task definition, Zabbix proxy in high availability mode. Whole automation again have to be done inside Zabbix frontend. No external scripting, no bash scripting, nothing at this level. And no advanced features such as failback or load balancing were required. So, little animation, we have two proxies, monitored host. When the first proxy failed, hosts are moved to first proxy. When it's back again, and first proxy failed, it's moved again to second proxy. How to do it? You have to check proxy availability. Of course, there is there is an item for last access of a proxy. You have to check last access of proxy. And common trigger, I think many of you knows that, fuzzy time, which compares the time and it compares time from the last access. And you have a trigger, you know that proxy failed, and you start action. Action starts scripts, and scripts looks inside configuration. Configuration is inside macro, and these macros, I need only two macros. Macros with an array of proxies. I can imagine more than two proxies in array. There can be more than two, but the logic of the switching from one to another will be much complex. But in a simplest way, you have two proxies in array. You got a proxy ID for failed proxy, and you can switch it to the next one. As I said, item, proxy last access, trigger, fuzzy time, and some interval. This is 1 minute interval. For switching proxy, this is part of the script. The script is much longer, but for explanation, I have some parameters as input values. I can check current ID of current ID proxy. I can check the array and set every host which is configured for one proxy to another proxy. We spoke about that yesterday. There was some discussion about failback balancing, resolving active checks. It's not so easy, but it can be done with combination of auto-registration for active agent. Yeah, but we stopped the work on this because of roadmap and proxy load balancing in 7.0 that I hope it will be in the 7.0. Okay, some screenshots. I have two proxies, 94A, 94B. In this dashboard, 2,000 hosts are monitored by second proxy. When the second proxy goes down, last access is not updating, and script automatically change setup for a host to become monitored by the first proxy, 94A. And you can see that we have same numbers for hosts and items on both sides because the data from proxy process are not available now. We have latest data, maybe 6 minutes old, 7 minutes old. So we have only data from the available proxy, and when both proxies are back again, you can see that on the second proxy, there is no device monitored by the second proxy. It took some time. You have to think about the trigger timing for proxy switching, and every change of the proxy on a host took some time because of cache update intervals and proxy update intervals. It's this environment works on 6.4, where we can use really fast cache update interval and proxy update interval. But when I switch proxies for 10,000 hosts, it takes time because proxy have to load it in memory and start to check it. It's minutes. Okay, that's all for challenge number 2. Challenge number 3. 3 and 4 are really simple challenges, but I spoke with some some of you, some of my friends, and they told me it's something which can be useful for many people, because Zabbix can do many things, but you need to have fantasy and try to use some uncommon things. So this is simple. Someone told me we want to use single template for more setups. Example, template for website, web certificate check. Yeah, you have template, out-of-the-box template, great template, and you link this template to host and set up macro for web server name. But they have servers with 10 websites, 10 certificates, and they don't want to create 10 hosts for each of these certificates. So how to do it? They want to configure it as simple as possible, and I like to use something, I call it a static LLD or macro-based LLD. I think many of us use it in the same way. It's not something hidden. Static LLD, what's that? Instead of using simple macro with one website, I create array of websites separated by colon or semicolon or so what, and I create one simple script item, and I create discovery that depends on the script item. I use script item because of needs that I want to have this macro as simple as possible, because you can put the JSON inside this macro, JSON for pre-processing, but in a real world, the macro will be set up by the administrator of server, not Zabbix administrator. So you need to have as simple syntax as possible. So I create macro of this type, and task definition, I told that before, single host, manual configuration, user-friendly, certificate monitoring is the best example for me. Again, a really quick diagram. Script item reads macros, dependent item create LD, and items and triggers are created from prototypes. I created this template for certificates, for Cloudflare check for more DNS names. I created template for interconnectivity checks, because customer wants to check connectivity between database servers, and every server needs to know which connectivity test has to be done. Dashboard from 7.0 version, nice widget. I hope it will be possible to use these widgets in template dashboards and with prototypes. Okay, last challenge. We need geomaps. Nice widgets. Nice widget, I like it. It works really well. It's nice to present geomap, and customer says, we need geomaps. Okay, that's no problem. Where can I get a geolocation? Yeah, we don't have geolocation, but we want geomaps. Okay. But they told me we have addresses in SNMP location OID. That was a challenge. So we need to convert addresses to geolocation coordinates and, of course, do it as automatically and as simple as possible. There are plenty of GeoAPI APIs available on the internet. I tried some of them, and best result I had with Google Geocoding API. So I wrote really simple script. That's all. That's all of the script, and I use some of the scripting to convert address into geolocation. You have two possible solutions. You can use script item. When you have inventory and you have a location inside the inventory, you can use script item, read this inventory location macro, and convert it with dependent items to the geolocations and save it inside inventory. This is possible from 6.4. Before 6.4, you are not able to use inventory.location macro, and you can do it another way. You can check SNMP OID for location, and you can create pre-processing and use JavaScript pre-processing with same configuration and ask for the geolocation from this pre-processing. Pre-processing can be used for many other checks, for discarding values that are not that are not to be used, that are not be checked. And one hint for you: if you try it with Google Geo API, it's not free at all. You can do I think 4,000 checks for free, and then it's paid service. So use throttling and ask only once. Save the location into geocoordinates, and then use throttling with to save money. Okay. So that was challenge number 4. You can see a result. It's a real result from customer, and you can see that many devices are on GeoMaps, and I like this widget. It's great. So last slides, you can meet us everywhere on Summit. Complete Zabbix team from initMAX company is here. You can ask every one of us, and we will be in all events, I think. So for the gifts we have this year, this multiple certificate template is available to download, and because we are fans of AI, our colleague, a great programmer, Thomas, creates a widget for chatting with ChatGPT inside Zabbix. You can see how it works. And you can download it for free, and you can use it in Zabbix and try some chat inside Zabbix dashboard. You can scan QR code, connect to our repository, and download some of the public stuff. And you can see there ChatGPT widget. You can download multiple website certificates, and it's not about the certificates. The principle can be used in many places. You can use it for everything you dream about. So if you scan it, that's all for me. Thanks for your attention, and have a nice day with the next events.
And please don't go far. We will have a couple of questions, mostly about the proxy load balancing. So one of the question was since you used fuzzy time, was the data losses while switching, while detecting and switching, notable or not?
Yeah, of course. There have to be data losses because you can't, when you access the device every 10 seconds, the switching is gone after a minute, and then you have really some minutes that the caches are online, that the second proxy is online. It can't be done without data losses, and I think the technology for switching in every solution without data losses is really hard and really expensive. Yes, so you have to be okay with this.
I totally agree with that. And another one which we have is why the script approach and essentially front-end approach with two proxies was used rather than using the approach of virtual IPs and dynamic switching between them.
Virtual IPs are not configured inside Zabbix, and that was one important restriction for me. I couldn't create some load balancer and so on in this environment. It has to be done inside Zabbix, not in an environment around.
Yep, that makes total sense. Thank you very much for your answers and time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alois. If someone missed the QR code with the question for the speaker, you can always look for Alois in the hall and also visit the initMAX booth outside. And, well, but don't do this now. We will continue with our presentations, and the next speaker is from Zabbix team. He is well known from you all, and he is our chief trainer. He's been working with Zabbix more than 10 years, and he's a well-knowledgeable man. He knows a lot about network administration, operating systems like Windows and Linux, and a lot of database. Please welcome Kaspars Mednis.
Hello, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you again this year. Yes, and this year I will talk about improvements in the upcoming Zabbix 7. Yes, I will have a little bit more technical talk. First, this feature is really not 7.0, it is 6.4, but it's also very important and it was never discussed before in Summit, at least. So, pre-processing. Yes, pre-processing is very important part of Zabbix. Yes, because you collect data and there are a lot of scenarios when you need to do some transformations. You may transform objects, or maybe you need to extract something. So it's very important, and it's performed by both Zabbix server and proxies. Next, so how it works. First, every single value you collect goes through pre-processing. Yes, it doesn't matter, maybe you don't have any pre-processing steps, but it goes through these pre-processings. And we had a small problem with the previous implementation. So let's say this is a queue, and we are performing simple pre-processing. We are transforming different geometric objects to circles. Yes, we have pentagons, we have hexagons, we have more complex objects, and pre-processing need to transform everything to round circles. Let's see how it works. So everything which is transformed and goes to history. And we have 3 preprocessors which are working in parallel. Looks good. Now, After some time passes, those objects are processed, and the free preprocessors will move to the next objects. But this one has some troubles, because you can see this geometric figure is a little bit more complex, and it requires more time. And after some time, this may happen. So those preprocessors will process more and more and more objects, and those objects will be waiting, but there is something blocking them. Yes? And sometimes on bigger instances, that becomes a problem. Can you add more preprocessors? You can. Will it help in this situation? Not really, as you can see. Yeah? Okay, so you need to wait, and once this is preprocessed, okay, everything goes to history cache. So this is how it looks in Zabbix. Yes, this is a preprocessing queue, and you can see all those spikes. Yes, what means those spikes? There are thousands of objects waiting to be processed, waiting to be flushed into history cache. Yes, and you may have some delays in monitoring. So, how we solved the problem in 6.4, yes, which is already, by the way, available for production. We implemented multiple queues, yes, and the actual technical implementation is not so simple. Yes, I have a very simplified version on my slides, but it's enough to understand. So let's say we have the same situation. Yes, some objects are processed, and some objects are waiting to be processed. What we did? We introduced another queue, and now it looks completely different. Everything which is processed goes to the processed items queue, and it is flushed to the database immediately. Yeah? So, you still have some issues here, yes, and you will still need to wait longer for this item to be processed. But that's not really a problem, okay? This is item which takes a little bit longer time to be processed. It is not blocking anything, yes? So just by performing upgrade, this is the same instance, before upgrade and after upgrade. You can see, no queue, yes? Everything works just flawlessly. So, yeah, and the last thing, don't forget, you still need some tuning. Yes, the preprocessors are still busy. Yes, so you may need more than the default 3. Yes, you may need to increase. Okay, but let's move to more interesting features upcoming of version 7. So, asynchronous data polling, how it works and what means asynchronous and why it's much better. In Zabbix, you have all different kinds of data collectors. Yes, you have pollers, you have trappers, you have pingers, and as Alexei told, everything currently is a process. Yes, process-based monitoring. Every data collector is a single process which can collect only a single metric at once. We have introduced a new poller types. Yes, so in 6, poller is quite universal. Yes, poller is collecting SNMP, poller is collecting metrics from Zabbix agent, poller is collecting metrics from HTTP. So this is 6. In 7, we introduced, in 7 we have the same poller. The poller still says, but we introduced 3 more processes. Yes, 3 more, let's say, data collectors. Yes, we have SNMP poller, agent poller, and HTTP agent poller. And we still have a poller for some simple checks. And if you will upgrade Zabbix to version 7, you will notice that you also have new configuration settings. Yes, you have start SNMP pollers, and you look here, just a single one. Yes, then you will have Zabbix agent pollers, and also just a single one. And the same is HTTP agent pollers, also just one. Yes, and every of those types are optimized. Yes. So if you go back some slides, so SNMP polar type is optimized to work with SNMP. Yes. And agent polar knows how to work with agent better. Yes. And HTTP agent knows how to work with web pages. Yes. So they are more specific. And there is another parameter. Maximum concurrent checks per polar, 1,000. So in very simple words, it means that each of those polars can act like 1,000 polars. How it's implemented? So each polar is a synchronous process, yes? And it can collect up to 1,000 values at once. Also, it starts a separate thread to synchronize configuration, but that's not so important currently. And yeah, so what is asynchronous data collection? Yes, that's a programming concept which allows you to execute tasks independently of each other. Okay, let's take a look. So what is the difference between Zabbix 6 and Zabbix 7? Yes, how the data collection will be performed. Okay, so this is the synchronous data collection, yes, using processes. We send request, we get response. We send request, we get response. Yes, and this is basically how it works. And you can see that there is a lot of waiting time. Yes, you are sending request, and you are waiting for answer. You are sending request, and you are waiting for answer. And this is why you need those hundreds and hundreds of polars. And now, let's take a look how it works asynchronously. We are just sending requests, sending requests, and then we are receiving some responses, yes? But maybe just some of them, maybe other objects have not responded, yes? And we are sending more requests, and we are getting more responses, and so on. Yes, so those processes are quite independent. Yes, the polar is sending requests as fast as it can, and then using callback functions, the responses are sent back. Yes, you can see even the order is different. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the first request responded, and then the fourth, and the third, and so on. Yeah, so this is fully asynchronous, and it is much more efficient. You can see here. Yes, this is Zabbix 6. I have 20 polars, and they are like 50% busy, approximately, yes, and collecting a lot of values. You see, all of them are constantly doing something. And let's take a look at 7. So this is Zabbix 7. Look here. We have replaced them with a single agent polar, which is collecting 2,400 values in 5 seconds. Yes, it is the same performance as on previous slide. Yes, and then we have a couple of polars left for other tasks. Yes, so you can also see that we have decreased the number of processes. Yes, and in this situation, smaller is better. And okay, let's look at Zabbix's own graphs. So this is Zabbix 6. Yes, and you can see the utilization. So it is actually very nicely optimized instance. Yes, 40% polars busy for Zabbix 6 is a very good practice. And this is what happened after the upgrade. So we no longer need polars, right? Because polars are replaced by agent polar. So all those polars are no longer busy. And we have a single agent polar process currently at approximately 10% busy. So it can do more. Yeah? So at the very end, what you will have less processes, right? Faster monitoring, and you will not need, so let's say you will need less tuning. Yes, because currently you need to increase those numbers. Do I need 50 polars? Do I need 200 polars? Yes. In this situation, 1, maybe 2, and you are pretty safe. Okay, and very quickly about proxy memory buffer. Alexei already told about it. So in 7, we will have 3 modes. We will have the disk mode, which is the current behavior. We will have the memory mode, and we will have a hybrid. Yes? So how they work? The disk mode is the current mode in version 6. Yes, you have a proxy. All the data are written into database, and then from the database, the data are sent. Yes, and I think you can clearly see a potential bottleneck here. Memory mode. So we are sending data directly from proxy to Zabbix server, and okay, do I need a database here? Nope. Yes, I don't need any database. Yes, so this can be very effective on smaller devices where it's very expensive to add a database, yes, or on larger proxies because there is no more any limits by read-writes. There is some kind of risk, of course, yes, because everything happens in real time, everything happens in memory, and if you run out of memory or in some other situations, you may lose some data. Yes, you may lose some data because there is nowhere to store them, just in memory. So we have a third mode. We have a hybrid where data are sent to Zabbix server directly, but if there are some situations when you need a buffer, if you're running out of memory, you have an option to save it to database. Yes? So actually for some serious big proxies, I think this will be the recommended mode. Yeah? When you have very fast data transfer, but if you need, you can still save the data. Okay, and item level timeout. So this is also a very known problem. Yes, so a general timeout for every Zabbix item. Yes, and the biggest problem was like you have just a single very slow item, and because of that single very slow item, you need to increase timeout for entire Zabbix. Yes. So what we changed? We introduced item level timeout. Yes, when you can specify a timeout on item level, and you can do using graphical user interface. So you don't need access to SSH, you don't need to restart Zabbix server, you just open the Zabbix frontend and change it. Also, some people will love it. Look here, 600 seconds. Yeah, so, you know, because the previous limit was 30 seconds, which was not enough sometimes. Now you have 10 minutes. And this is how you can define them. Yes, we will offer you 3 levels. So, okay, this is global. This is a global administration general where you will define the timeout for all the item types. You are not seeing here all the item types because some items doesn't have timeouts, like trappers or internal checks. Yeah, but for all others you can define here, and those numbers here will appear after the upgrade. Yes, you will upgrade, and your timeout from here will move here. So nothing will be broken. Yes, and then you can start tuning. Then the timeout is also inherited on all proxies. Yes, so you can see global timeouts, grayed out fields, but you can override. Yeah, you can see here. You just click the override, and you can override. Yes, so you can tune timeouts per proxy. And now, every item monitored by that proxy will have a little bit different setup. And if you need even more tuning, you can go to item. The item form also have a timeout, and you can override it. Yes, so you can just go to one single item, which is very slow, and you can override and change it. So this should be really, really great. Yeah, and yeah, there is last question. So now, what happens with this timeout? Are we just, removing it or what? We are not removing it. Yes, so as I said, when you upgrade, it will become the default, and then we will keep this timeout setting as timeout for communication between server and proxy. Yes, so it is still used, but it now has completely different meaning. And this one, this is a little bit dangerous to talk about because it's under development now. Yes, and something may change in the final release. Yeah, so be careful here. Yes, but in general, it should work, as I will tell you. So, network discovery. Very nice feature. By the way, because I have such opportunity, how many of you are using network discovery, actually? Okay, quite a lot, quite a lot. Yeah, so you know this setup very well. Yes, you define network segment, and you need to keep the network segment quite small. Yes, otherwise you will have some issues, and you can define some checks. Okay, so how it works in Zabbix 6? In Zabbix 6, we have a single discoverer process, which works like that. IP by IP, service by service. But it looks okay, right? Or no? And again, so what happened here? So if those services are responsive, the discovery works pretty fast. But once it found something which is non-responsive, it waits. And by the way, it waits for a timeout. So increasing timeout in version 6 affects the speed of discovery. Yeah? So you can see a lot of problems here. Yes, it's affected by global timeout. It's sequential. And every time you found, or let's say, every time you are unable to find a working service, it waits for timeout, and it takes a lot of time. So in version 7, we introduced new processes. So the discoverers will be transformed to discovery workers, and as usually, if you have a lot of workers, you need to hire a manager. Yeah? So manager and worker approach. This is the new configuration screen. Looks very similar, except this one. So maximum concurrent checks 1, unlimited and custom. Actually, even 1 will work faster than current implementation. Yes, because of this. So, as I said, this is under development, and some things may change, but it will look somehow like this. So you have IP range, IP addresses, and this is a discovery process. Asynchronous discovery, and then asynchronous discovery of missing devices. Yeah? But as I said, there is still some development work going on because SNMP is fully asynchronous currently, but let's say SSH are simple checks, which are currently synchronous. Yes, so I don't know what will be the final implementation. Yeah, but even if the SSH simple checks are still process-based and synchronous, it will be still much faster. Yes, because there are multiple threads used. And internal monitoring. Yes, of course, we have internal monitoring, so you can monitor the performance of discoverers, of workers, so you can tune them if needed. Okay, that was all from me this year.
Well, not exactly all. We have a couple of questions for you, Kaspars. So one is relatively simple and also not. So there was an idea of auto tuning of start SNMP, start agent pollers, and so on. So do we need to tune them still manually, or they will auto-tune themselves?
Okay, so as I told, you still need to change the start agent pollers parameter in config file, yes? But now you are doing it in bigger steps, yes? So, okay, maybe you are not sure that like one agent poller will be enough. Start 5. You know, don't start 500, start 5, which means you have a theoretical limit of 5,000 values per second. Yeah? So, you know, it is auto-tuning, yes? Just add correct parameters at the beginning.
And surprisingly quite a question we encounter a lot, but still, can we then just make 1,000 of those at the very beginning?
You can, but why? The question is why, yeah? You can. There is still, you know, there is a range, yes? When you open configuration, you can see from to, yes? And I think there was 1,000, yeah? Which will give you 1,000 by 1,000, which is which is million. 1 million.
Yeah.
1 million NVPS. Will your database be able to handle 1 million NVPS, right? So, yeah. But you can.
Thank you for the answers.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kaspars. Guys, it's the time to take a little break. We'll take our 30 minutes coffee break. Just before you leave the room, I'd like to remember you to use the hashtag Zabbix Summit 2023. And make sure that you visit the booths that you have outside for our sponsors, and also check the merch and the testimonial booths. One small thing, little trivia, you'll be able to find in these booths some small candies that may give you some prizes. We are talking about free courses, okay? So if you go to any of those booths, just look for a small candy, red candy of Zabbix, and it might have a little prize for you guys. So see you in 30 minutes. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Kammer from Zabbix, and I'm here to talk to Alois Zadražil. And I've got just a couple questions for you right now. So first of all, how did you first discover Zabbix, and what kind of got you hooked on using it?
It's a long time ago I first discovered Zabbix, and I remember that I was looking for some solution that is a complete solution, not many parts installed from different sources. I was looking for some complete solutions which uses history, maps, graphs, and so on. So I switched from some competitive product, and from that time, I think that was in 1.6 version. It's a really long time ago. So since that time, I'm using Zabbix.
Well, we're glad you made that switch. What are you looking forward to the most at this year's summit?
At this year's summit, for me, that's nice to see old friends. Yeah, 2 minutes before I spoke with my first trainer from Zabbix, who now works somewhere else outside Zabbix, but we meet again at Summit, and I can meet here many friends, many clever guys. It's fun to see them, and I'm curious about the things that will come in the 7.0 version, because I think it will be a really good version and a really helpful version in many cases. Yeah.
Great. And I guess last but not least, what does the near future hold for initMAX?
What?
Well, what does the nearest future hold for initMAX for your company?
I don't know. That's a good.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's a good question, but for someone else.
Fair enough. All right.
I'm technical person, and I want to stay technical person, and because I like to find some solutions. I like to search for some solutions, and I like to implement that, and that's important for me.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it, and enjoy the summit.
Yeah,
thanks. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Changing gears a little bit. Now I'm with Rihards Olups from Nokia, as you probably know, and I've just got a couple of quick questions for you. So. Rihards, are there any presentations in the agenda that you're especially looking forward to?
Well, I had a quick look at the agenda, and they all are so awesome. One that particularly caught my eye is about the London Underground. I worked with some train monitoring in the past a very little bit, so that will be, I don't know whether it's similar or not, but that's an exciting topic.
Great. And I guess the only other thing that I'd like to ask you is more about kind of your expertise. So, how did you first become aware of the topic of alert fatigue?
Well, I started using Zabbix back in 2001, and I think that's around when I started thinking about the alert noise and how that leads to alert fatigue, because what happens is that we have these alerts, and then it's very interesting to look at them at first, right? Everybody goes like, oh, I want to see all my alerts, I'll read all of the emails, and then maybe days, weeks, or a month later, it really overwhelms people. So it's been a topic on my mind for a long time.
Okay, that's, well, 22 years now, right?
It's been a few, yeah.
Okay, well, great. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And oh, sorry. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And we'll talk to you. We'll catch up later. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Later. Yep. Bye. Okay. Right. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So. Now we've got Ronald Schultz, the head of sales, and so as a lot of people here, you're a first-time summit attendee, and what are your initial impressions so far?
Oh yes, this is my first time, correct? I'm new to Zabbix in general and to all the community, so during this event I learned a lot. It's super interesting, and I can say only the best.
From your perspective, in your job, how do events like this help to drive sales efforts And basically, yeah.
All right, that's easy. I mean, when I attended speakers' presentations, I learned everything they said. Everything was new to me, and they all talk about new features, new ways how to improve things, and upcoming features in the new version of Zabbix 7.0. So I believe that all existing users, as they don't know yet how to work with these features, they will be interested to learn more. And that's why we are here, selling professional services to help them to understand how to work with those features. And that's why we are here.
Great. Okay. And last but not least, what would you say are the biggest opportunities out there for our industry at the moment?
That's a very good question. So, as an observer, just coming in from aside, right, from the street, I see that mostly discussions are happening about IT infrastructure monitoring. But me, as a person, let's say more from industry side, I see that Zabbix solution can also be widely used there. Let's say to monitor even, let's use a simple example as fridges for restaurants or whatever electronic device equipment we have. Let's say in manufacturing lines, in production, the manufacturing lines. So Zabbix can be used for impossibly large scale of things, right? So that's why I hope to talk about it more and to understand how we can bring better value to customers all over the world, not only for the IT infrastructure segment.
That sounds like a plan. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. So now we're here with Ilya and Vittorio, right? And Vittorio, my first question is for you. So, as a previous summit speaker, what goes through your mind when you're presenting, and how do you stay calm and collected on stage?
So, hi, I'll start from the end of the question. How do I stay calm on the stage? Basically, at Zabbix Summit, the biggest help to stay calm came always from the audience, which is always very warm, very welcoming. So when you hear the first applause, that really is what relaxes you for the throughout all the presentation. And about the first part of the question, what's on my mind when I present? So a few minutes before the presentation, there are a lot of things on my mind. Will I remember, will I not remember, and so on. But then on the stage, just nothing, because as well as you can plan a presentation, there will be always something which will slip out of your control, which you will say not as you originally planned. But the audience doesn't know this, right?
That's right. So, Ilya, from your side, yeah, is there anything in particular that you're especially looking forward to learning during this year's presentations or workshops?
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Since this is my first Zabbix Summit, I don't have any preferences. Instead, I'm looking forward for special summit atmosphere and the real-life examples on how Zabbix is used by our customers. And Summit really proves that Zabbix has a global presence, from the London Underground to the Brazil largest media company. And I'm keen to see of these examples.
That's great. And I've got one final question that is kind of for you both. How does an event like this help your teams specifically?
All right. So, well, it definitely does, because one of our duties as technical account managers is to establish strong communication with the Zabbix customers and collect their feedback and deliver it to the product owner. Make sure that Zabbix functionality satisfies our customers' needs. And events like the Zabbix Summit is not only helping us to build stronger connection with our customers, our partners, but also better understand what they are expectations from the Zabbix.
And if I can add to what Ilya said, it also helps us to meet the customers in person, at least some of them. And this helps us throughout our daily job, because whenever we have to interact with a customer or a partner which we have met, there is a closer collaboration just because the few words which we exchanged during the summit. Overall, the summit is amazing. For me personally, it was the best conference when I was coming here as a Zabbix partner, and is even better now that I have joined Zabbix.
That's great. Thank you both very much for your time. I appreciate it. And we'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Okay. Okay, that's all the interviews we've got. Okay, that's all the interviews we've got for now. So we'll probably catch up with some more people later. And thank you.
Well, how was the break? Did you enjoy the merch, the testimonial booth? Hope everything's fine for you. Hope you're liking it. Well, on next speaker, he's from Latvia, and he's going to talk about something that maybe be related to some medical issues. Yeah. Who knows what alert noises is? You can raise your hand, raise your arm, not only your hand. Who knows what alert noise is? Okay, just a few people. That will be interesting. Our next speaker will talk about alert fatigue and what issues it can cause to people, how can it affect people. And so please welcome Rihards Olups from Latvia, Riga.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, after the initial break, and hopefully everybody has had a chance to wake up by now. Quite a few years ago, we visited a friend, and his house was literally next to the railway. And overnight, us guests, we woke up every time a train passed by. In the morning, we discussed this with the host, and he said, "I heard no trains. I slept really well." And people get used to things. And the same thing happens with the alerts from the monitoring system. So today I'd like to talk about 3 different areas that are very closely related. First, what alert noise and fatigue is and what do we know about it? And also the technical means that are available in and around Zabbix to maybe deal with the alert noise a little bit. And eventually, what are the cultural things that affect the alert noise and that result from it? Now, who here is working in a company without any alert noise? Any hands up? There's 1 hand, there's 2 hands. I don't know whether those are genuine answers or that's just making fun of us. But yeah, it's at the maximum 2 people out of this whole audience not affect people in any meaningful way. That's one of the things that seems obvious to many people still nowadays, which actually is not true. Now, talking about the alarms and the alert noise, there are studies. For example, this one concluded that the false alarms, they distract. It seems like the healthcare industry might be something that we can learn from, but actually in that industry, they are still figuring this out. And there is this one case where a patient went into a hospital and they got overdose. Not just a little bit of overdose, actually 38 times more of the dose for the medicine they were supposed to get. Why? They had all these checks in the flow where they had alerts that this dose doesn't seem to be okay, somebody should check this. But all those alerts, there were too many of them. So all the people in the hospital, they got used to them and they started ignoring them. By the way, that person survived, so it's all good in this story. But it shows the impact that alert noise can have, a very, very specific and strong impact. And yet another study, which was looking at the intensive care units in the hospital in California, they found out that in 1 month study period, there were more than 2.5 million unique alarms. I think we might agree that it's not possible to investigate all these alarms, not even to actually look at that number of alarms in a month. Now, we might think that we could learn from the healthcare industry a little bit because they have been doing this perhaps a little bit longer than IT industry, and healthcare industry is looking up to yet another industry, the air travel industry, the airplane industry. So a study called Lessons from the Glass Cockpit is looking at how the airplane pilots are ignoring the alerts or not ignoring the alerts and what can be done to actually make these alerts matter. The IT industry is paying attention to alert noise as well, and cybersecurity is one area where this is maybe more pronounced than elsewhere, because in security, even 1 missed alert can turn out to be very, very critical. So Craig Robinson stated that a well-trained professional does not enjoy wasting time on chasing ghosts. But probably that's true for all of us, no matter what industry we work in. And one thing that can maybe be a bit easier to sell is that alert noise can be very, very expensive. And that is true for any company. Alert fatigue can result, as we just established, to alerts being ignored, to excessive downtime. There can be overtime costs. If we have sporadic alerts, then people will end up working overtime, and that is a very direct expense for the company. And that will definitely lead to burnout. If you notice the missing closing parentheses, that's on purpose, just to see who's looking at the slides. And that also means that you probably will be subject to that burnout. The people who pay attention to detail, they are more likely to be the first ones to burn out from the alert noise. The technical means in Zabbix that we have available to reduce the alert noise, probably the most simple one that everybody here is using, if only from the default templates, the trigger functions. Instead of alerting on a single value that's above or below the threshold, we look at the minimum or maximum over some period of time. We can also use trigger functions to hack around some conditions. In this example, in the graph, we can see that there are gaps. These gaps can come from some technical problem that we are unable to fix at this time. Now, instead of alerting on that each single value that happens to bring up the average, we can hack the trigger expression, add another condition, and just alert then when we have multiple values in the evaluation time period. It's a hack, but it's a very valid solution to reduce the alert noise. Trigger predictive functions. How many people here are using predictive functions in Zabbix? Quite a few, I would say a couple of dozen in the room. And trigger predictive functions, they are really great. They're very powerful, and probably they are used in teams where most of the team members have decent technical knowledge of the monitoring solution. Because they can be a bit tricky to implement correctly, and they can be a bit tricky to explain why the trigger fired or it didn't fire at some point. Another very basic feature in Zabbix that, again, everybody is likely using, trigger dependencies. If you have an application that depends on a particular server running, we don't want to have alert on both if the server goes down. There are many scenarios where trigger dependencies are used, and in some cases there are even extra engines implemented outside of Zabbix that manage these dependencies in more complex environments. Maybe not as obvious, but this is more of a cultural thing and more of an attention to detail thing, validating your input. In this example, we have the output from low-level discovery, and it has discovered 5 entities. So there were 5 items, 5 triggers, 5 alerts. But if we take a closer look, then there was an error. SH4 cannot allocate memory. And each word out of this error message resulted in 1 unnecessary alert. And this is not something that can be always predicted in advance, what failure modes we will have. But whenever we see failures, we just improve, we do the continuous improvement approach, and we add validation in these cases as well. In clustered environments, and this is an approach which in my experience is not that obvious to all of the Zabbix users, it's a very good idea to have an aggregate host for the cluster, which is measuring the cluster metrics and then doing the cluster level alerting as well. No matter whether it's a 2 or 100 node cluster, having alert about a specific problem come from each individual node, that's not really helping to reduce the alert noise. Another solution, and this, by the way, seems to be something that Zabbix is aware of as well, talking about the event management engine inside of Zabbix that might be coming in future versions. Nowadays, especially when there are complex rules and additional external sources, there are people who are adding additional alert manager, which is then utilizing those external sources and only sending a smaller number of alerts to the alert recipients. These are just some of the technical means that are available in Zabbix, and probably many are familiar with to the people in this room. If there are some methods that you find in particular great that I have not mentioned, I'd be very happy to find out about those. But now, talking about the less technical things that are related to alert noise. Dwight Eisenhower, who was the president of the USA a few years ago, said that he has 2 kinds of problems, the urgent and the important. And the urgent are not important, and the important are never urgent. Now, this quote, which is attributed to him, led to the creation of so-called Eisenhower matrix, which is, again, probably very famous. And this is something that we can try to apply to the alerts that are coming out of Zabbix. I've populated this with some examples, and for the urgent and important, it's probably things that affect our customers. It's probably things that need immediate action and that we can actually take some specific steps to resolve. The less urgent things are probably those that can wait for the next morning or maybe next week, but they still have to be resolved. Capacity planning, it's a good thing that's important, but not really urgent in most cases. And we might have alerts about problems that will go bad at some point in the future. In this case, it's a good idea to just disable those alerts and do periodic reviews. For example, if a certificate is expiring, alerts are important. They all are urgent. That's why we are alerting. But on a closer alerts are important. They all are urgent. That's why we are alerting. But on a closer look, it turns out that it's not the case. And it's a really good approach to slice and dice these alerts. Figure out which ones you can fix now, which ones can wait for later. And you cannot fix everything right away. So we just start small, continuous improvement, and we get something that's actually manageable out of the alerting solution. Regarding the cultural approaches, it's really a good approach to pay attention and make sure that my work does not cause more alerts for my team. And that in Zabbix very often can be achieved by setting the maintenance. So at that point, we still gather the data, or we might opt not to gather the data, but we are not sending out the alerts. There might be sometimes thinking that, well, I'll just do a little bit of work and it'll probably not alert, and usually it will. So a strict rule to always set maintenance and to help the teammates not to get those extra alerts. That's a good approach. We can also try to live by the mantra of fix for good. Instead of going in and postponing the problem, we always try to resolve the root cause. So in this very simplified example, we have free disk space graph, and we can see that at some point it started going down, and then it goes back up. And then it continues this, which might indicate that there was just some manual cleanup going on and not really addressing the root cause. Now, referencing a classic movie, Speed, where there's a bus going, if it slows down, it blows up. We might think that KEYNOTE goes, well, I don't see any problem. There's like, road is empty. We can drive like this. And Sandra goes like, man, it probably will be a problem in the future. Think ahead. Solve the problem. Solve the root cause. Another approach is changing how we monitor and what we alert on. Instead of low-level technical detail, all the metrics that we have on disks, CPUs, and everything else, we can go up, and again, this is something that Zabbix is obviously thinking of quite a bit, with the so-called functional monitoring or synthetic testing. Instead of all that technical detail, we monitor the actual application from the user perspective. And in this simple example, we are looking at the login step and how long it takes to actually log into the application. And then, following the continuous improvement approach, we can add additional operations that users will perform in the application. This way, we can alert when there's actually a problem, it's user visible, but it's not all those tiny details underneath that we would not really want to alert. One thing that helps reduce the alert noise a lot, especially in real-life situations, we might have problem conditions that we cannot fix. It's some software that is maybe out of support, maybe there's some other reason, and then it's really a good idea to put some Zabbix action that goes in and it remediates the problem, it mitigates the problem. It doesn't fix it, but it eliminates the alert. There is no need to alert to the on-call person if we automatically restarted some daemon or did some other operation that helps. And there's an article that I'd like to advertise. It's actually titled, Manual Work is a Bug. This is so awesome article. I'm envious. I wish I had written that one myself. It's so awesome. And it actually advocates for another principle, which is that the automation does not happen overnight. Automation is a process. It starts with documentation. If we put things in writing, somebody will write down the commands, the next person will put them in a script, and that way the automation is born. So this is an article. If you have not seen it, it's so highly recommended. It's probably one of the best articles in the monitoring area. Regarding documentation, one thing is documenting the automation steps, but also it's important for the alert recipients to know what to do. If there are 3 alerts which have clear instructions what to do, and there is one which is very fuzzy, it's just confusing, it takes a lot of time to figure out what is it even about, that one alert will probably result in more cognitive strain than those 3 alerts which had clear written instructions. And crucially, these instructions must be written down. It's not something that just passed from one person to another as some arcane knowledge. So documentation, that's a thing. Another thing that might be obvious to most of the people in the room, but we have to remind ourselves about the obvious things, is that the design of the systems that we monitor, if they are resilient, we don't have to monitor about every single thing going down. If we build a cluster and as one server goes down, we don't care about it really at that point. We care at some point later. But right then, it's fine. We don't need to alert. There's an important part of the alert noise, of tackling the alert noise, and that is making it operationalized. We need to measure the alerts to know what is really going on and how we can approach reducing them. There is a built-in widget in Zabbix, or a view in Zabbix top 100 triggers, which is a very good first approximation. So it can show you which triggers are the most noisy in recent past. I would also suggest to explore the power of the API. And with that, we can build reports like this, where there's an on-call column, which shows how many alerts we've had in the on-call period, let's say 1 week. And then all of the subsequent columns show the weeks before that. If we look at it in a view like this, it becomes easy to identify which alerts are really noisy. They're alerting every single week, once or more. And it allows us also to see which alerts maybe are newcomers to the top and which ones are making a comeback. These reports, they have another very great thing. Anybody here has ever had to provide a report to their management? A few hands, probably more people who might not want to remember that if that was not a good experience. In the IT, in the technical field, you can sometimes hear that these reports are not very useful. That is the chance to make the reports really useful. You can show what is noisy, which systems, which department maybe has to do better to maybe reduce that alert noise. Make those reports useful for yourself and for the company. Now, what happens if we don't do that? Probably this. This is just a Zabbix alert view with lots of alerts, many of them ignored for a long time, and it's not really a great outlook, actually, if we ignore the alert noise. Now, we talked about the airplane industry doing really well, but turns out they're also having their own share of problems. So a few years ago, it turns out that the Boeing pilots, they were ignoring a cockpit alarm. This alarm was informing them about reduced pressure. Reduced pressure means less oxygen. Less oxygen means pilots passing out. And in 2005, actually, an airplane crashed. 121 people died. So we might think if the healthcare industry is struggling, if the airplane industry is struggling, what hope do we even have? It's just hopeless, right? What is that? Any guesses? Besides being an illustration from 1687? This is illustrating a fable by Aesop, who was a slave and storyteller in ancient Greece more than 2,500 years ago. And you probably are familiar with this because it's, I think, in most of the cultures. This is Boy Who Cried Wolf. And that is an alerting solution, which is alerting all the time. It will be like that boy who just becomes ignored, and then we can make an analogy with servers being the sheep and dying, but that's maybe stretching it a bit too far. So to conclude the areas that we discussed today, we figured out that alerts are bad because the alert noise results in the alert fatigue, which is scientifically shown to be really, really detrimental, and it can be pretty much expensive to the companies as well. We looked at the technical means that are available in and around Zabbix to mitigate this problem somewhat, or sometimes even fix it, and we looked at the cultural problems that we can either try to overcome, or the cultural solutions that we can apply to reduce the alert noise. If we look at the technical and cultural columns, at least I would say that the technical ones, they can be a challenge, but the cultural ones are what really, really is increasing the threshold for overcoming this problem. And to quote another classic movie, Soylent Green, it's people. Alert noise, it's much less a technical problem, and it's much more a cultural, a people problem. And that is more difficult to resolve with just one feature in the solution or one particular feature that's maybe already available. Thank you so much. And if you have any stories or feedback, then your feedback is appreciated in this forum.
No questions? No questions then? Okay.
And there's one more quote still from a scientific study, which I cannot show anymore, but that's no problem.
Okay, no, if you want to show, no problem.
Yeah, so
Okay, I thought you
I intended to conclude with this quote, which is from another study, that the noise, it results in the reduction of trust in the monitoring solutions. If we cannot trust our monitoring solution, then it really becomes useless. So let's keep our monitoring solutions useful.
Okay, here. Thank you. So, great subject. We can see that Zabbix not only helping to get infrastructure stuff, no? It's also helping a lot of varieties of places. So the next speaker is going to talk about a really specific topic where the Deutsche Telekom used Kubernetes to deploy independent Zabbix servers using the API and Terraforms. And this speaker, he's a well-known guy here already. He's the CEO of the IntelliTrend, our platinum sponsor. Please welcome Wolfgang Alper.
Yeah, hello and very welcome. My name is Wolfgang. Thank you so much. And today I'm going to share a talk with you that shows how to actually Zabbix can be deployed in Kubernetes environments, and in particular in hybrid environments or on-premises environments, and show how that will go. And before I start with the talk and go into the depths of the details, I would like to say thank you to the Deutsche Telekom Technik team because it was still is a great project and was a good experience to work together. So let's start simple. Maybe who has already used Zabbix with Docker? Maybe, okay, quite a few people. Who is doing this in production? Okay, yeah, wonderful. That is how the Docker command line would look like, very basic stuff. And we can pass some params in the sense of environment variables to the container. We can use Docker Compose, which makes the stuff even easier. So that is how it looks in Docker, in a container technology most of us are familiar with. Now let's have a look in how we can do the same stuff with Kubernetes. And in fact, Kubernetes is also using container technology. Those of you who follow the development Kubernetes know the change that they shift to containerd, etc. But at the end of the day, it's a container technology. And we have basically two options here. So option number one is that we can use Kubernetes in the same way we use Docker. So we write some YAML configuration files and we pass them over to kube control and then we will execute the stuff. Or we can use configuration and template management, and that is available to Kubernetes and it's called Helm. Helm is a package manager for Kubernetes. It provides config repository structures and template systems. And what you can do then is, if you have complex applications, like for example with Zabbix, we would require a database, a front-end server, and the Zabbix server, of course, itself. Then you can bundle these configurations, what is then called Helm release. And this gives us consistent upgrades and versioning. The slide here shows two links. One you can use if you would like to use Zabbix to actually monitor your Kubernetes environment. And the other one is if you would like to do a deployment. And I think one of the guys here, Christian, is also part of the team who is actually deploying or maintaining, co-maintaining the new repository on GitHub that moves from the static repository to the community repository. So thank you for the effort you are doing there. So what is Helm? Basically, Helm uses a template, a configuration template on one hand, and values that are being used in such a template. And the nice part of it is that you can actually create some default values file out of an existing Helm configuration template. That's really nice. And okay, at the end of the day, you then have to set the params and the value files, and you're to go. So if someone is asking what values do I have to fill in and what values or what type of values needs to be filled in, that's basically depending on the person who has created the template configuration. Very similar to Zabbix. So when I would like to use this technology in Kubernetes, which we are most likely want to do, then we would have to add an Helm repository. Then we have to update the Helm configuration with the new repository. Then we would create, I think there's a laser pointer here, yeah. And then we would create this empty or the default values file for the Helm templates involved in this configuration. And then we make the changes that are required to actually deploy our Zabbix instance. In this case, we would like to use an external database. So we say enabled false, and then we pass our credentials here. So that's what's happening here. And after we do an Helm install here, at the upper part of the screen, the application should be deployed and everything goes fine. Then the applications in the Kubernetes cluster gets deployed and we get this one here, which is good. And after the deployment process happens, we can start and have a look to the log files in the Kubernetes cluster for our pods to see whether they are doing what we expect them to do. In our case, we expect the database to be created and the Zabbix server to start. And it seems to work. And this is a tool, a graphical tool called Lens, where you can have a view on the Kubernetes cluster and use this to make screenshots here. So it's maybe better to see and understand if you're not used to this technology that much. So we have here our pods running containers, and we see the environment params passed to that container and so forth. So finally, the installation is there. Now, if you do this type of deployments in Kubernetes, and it's not only affecting Zabbix, but any application you would like to deploy in Kubernetes, and that should be accessible via the network, then at some time and point, you must think about how you make your application accessible from the outside network-wise. And the problem here is that if you're using HTTP-based services, then HTTP-based services can be made quite easily accessible from the outside using reverse proxies, like an Nginx proxy, like a traffic proxy. The one that we picked up is to use MetalLB. MetalLB is a layer 2 network load balancer and does exactly what we're looking for. It allows you to predefine a pool of IP addresses, can be IPv4 and v6 addresses, and then this pool can be used in a similar way as a DHCP pool would be used. And this allows us to make our service available to the outside. So here we see how we actually deploy our MetalLB service in the Kubernetes cluster, so it will be available within the cluster. And using the same technology, we're using Helm and so on. Then we make changes to our Zabbix deployment here. So we changed the service type that it now will become load balancer, and that it use the port 10,051, and this is a node port which is mapped into the service. And after we make an upgrade to the Zabbix deployment we already did previously, with the change to use MetalLB, we see now that we have here in our overview an external IP address assigned to. This is the external IP address assigned from MetalLB. So mission accomplished. We can access Zabbix now from outside the cluster. Okay, so what I've tried doing so is to give a quick introduction in how Kubernetes works in general, how you can make a deployment, and how it would look like, taking Zabbix as an example. So what are the real-world challenges from my perspective, or from our perspective at least? So when installing applications like this in a Kubernetes cluster, the one challenge is the lack of experience. So how do you do the steps? How do they interact with each other? What is a node port? What is a service port? Where do I get the Helm charts from? Are they really working? And so forth. Another issue is we need to ensure consistent application configurations. I mean, what we finally do is we set up a configuration and define a state that we would like to accomplish. And then the magic should happen and should create that state. So we would like to manage configuration changes. We would have to find a way to manage password secrets and configuration files. You remember I put this password for the Zabbix database in clear text. So how can we address this one? And we need to find building blocks to find a more user-friendly approach. And one building block is Flux. It's one of the core building blocks, and Flux allows to manage and apply configuration changes in Kubernetes cluster. You find the URL here on the bottom of the page. So what does Flux offers you? Flux offers some sort of a GitOps solution for Kubernetes. And this enables us with proper versioning, with easy rollbacks, and with consistent config states. Flux itself is installed in a Kubernetes cluster, and what it does, it watches one or more Git repositories, application Git repositories with application metadata, and then takes care of the deployment process or the update process, and it's using the Kubernetes API, so no shared files involved, etc. So that is one important component in our build chain here. So how does it work? We have our image repository, where we, for example, would find the Zabbix MySQL server image, the front-end image, etc. We have our Helm registry with the Helm charts. We have our Flux Git repository. That is a Git repository Flux uses to, have all the information required to do its work within the cluster. And then we have for each application, or for each application deployment maybe, that's the design decision, we have our individual Git repositories. And what happens then is that our DevOps team makes commits to those repositories, and then Flux does its work, pick up the information from the Git repository, executes via Kubernetes API the necessary steps in our cluster, and if all things work well, then the application gets deployed in Kubernetes. The next building block I would like to introduce is Zops. And Zops is a tool to manage and apply secrets. And I mean, we need a lot of secrets, like database secrets, like API secrets, and so forth. And then you can say, yes, we can encrypt the secrets. Yeah, fair enough. But the deployed application somehow needs still to decrypt the secrets. Then there are Kubernetes secrets, for example. We have vaults. But at the end of the day, at some time and point, you need to pass keys and access to decode those secrets. So it's some sort of chicken egg problem here. And in some cases, it might be that multiple users have to, have access to those secrets. Like, for example, you have a DevOps team with like 4 people or 5 people working in it. Then each of them should be able to make a change to a password, or to at least change the configuration for the password. So how would that work out? And Mozilla, the Mozilla Foundation, the Mozilla browser maybe, the Firefox browser, and they have other projects. They created SOPs, secrets operations, exactly for that use case, for their own use. That is what they did. So that is a development they made open source, and they did it just for this particular use case. And it's really smart and it's really clever. And I'm just taking the time here to explain it to you. But first of all, what does it provide? So SOPs gives you basically what SOPs allows you to do. It allows you to encrypt any text file, usually configuration files. In our case here, it's a YAML configuration file. So it allows you to encrypt content in such a file in a way that it can be yeah, that it can be, that it still stays a text file because they encrypt the stuff and then encode it into special base 64 strings, which is perfectly fine for a text file. And what they do is they add then meta information here. This is all added meta information to inform SOPs how this critical information has been encrypted and how you can decrypt it again. And they have native support for different encryption provider. Like, for example, they support HashiCorp Vault, they support AWS KMS, Azure Key Vault, GCP KMS, PGP, so different provider can be used. So it's very, very flexible. I really encourage you, visit the website, look, it's cool stuff. But for our purpose, let's have a look of how it would work in practice. So let's say we have a file, credentials.yaml with 2 keys. It's a YAML configuration file here with 2 keys. And we would like to encrypt the stuff. Then we say sops-e that will perform the encryption. And then sops will create a file, which is this one here. You see it's much longer. And we see here that this information, our keys are now encrypted with meta information. We see here that we have a type of encryption, and we see here that we have, and here we see one encrypted master key block for one recipient. And this master key block is encrypted with a public key provided earlier for this particular user. And if that user would decrypt this block here, this user would get access to the key that is used to actually decrypt the values over there. That is what's happening here. A more complex example looks like this. In this case, we have, again, a couple of keys. Not all keys are now encrypted, just some of them. So for example, the Polar definition here, we leave that information unencrypted because it would not add any value if you would encrypt it. So it's much better readable. And now we see we have 2 different recipients defined here. So what we have basically done during the SOPs encryption process, we took 2 public keys from 2 different users, and SOPs created their personal encrypted package here. So each of these users can now decrypt the value, the master key, and therefore the value of this file there. I need to speed a little bit up. Just figured out here that the slide number and the remaining time are not in a good position to each other. So that is our block SOPs that handles the encryption. And finally, and that is something that we developed for that project, is Cloud Deploy. And let's ask ChatGPT upfront what is Cloud Deploy. And ChatGPT will answer something like Cloud Deploy is not a specific term or technology, rather it is a broad concept that refers to the process of deploying applications or services in cloud infrastructure, which is the intention of Cloud Deploy. So how does Cloud Deploy works under the hood? And keep all the slides and all the details that I mentioned to you earlier, please keep them in mind. So how does it work? We have here our Cloud Deploy provisioning server, and Cloud Deploy also provides a database or has access to a database provider, so we can work with internal databases, but also with external managed databases. In this concrete scenario, we are using external managed database because there's an entire DBA team behind that. They take care of clustering, they take care of backups, and so forth. Then we have here our Kubernetes cluster. We have our Flux component again, and we have our Git repository based on GitLab in this scenario, but can be anything. Could also be GitHub or whatever you would like to use, or Git-tier. And then we're using Ansible and Ansible playbooks to execute actions from Cloud Deploy to that repository. And these actions, you remember that anything that's happening here on this side is reflected by a configuration change in the Git repository. So all we do is now we use Cloud Deploy and Ansible to somehow manage our Git commits and makes the life easier for the users or for the administrators. So another point from Cloud Deploy is that it has a variety of access possibilities. So we can access via a front end, we can access using APIs, and also there's a Terraform provider available, which I will show in a minute. And on the other hand, we can work with single sign-on identity providers. In this case, for example, Keycloak. It has then roles, mappings available, but these are nifty details which are not so important right now. So if Cloud Deploy would like to initiate such a process to, create a new Zabbix installation, so what it does is Cloud Deploy uses Ansible playbooks and creates the necessary information in various Git repositories. It uses the GitLab API basically to create new repositories if these repositories are required. We have two repository types for each application. One is a system repository and the other one is a user repository. The idea is here that we have settings that are defined by the final super administrator of the service who doesn't want the user to change, for example, the database settings, but we would like the user to change the poller settings, which are no longer required in Zabbix 7 because of autoscaling, as I understood. And and the next one then is that those configuration files will be created for Helm. The environment files will be created, the defaults will be created. This new application will be then registered to Flux in the Flux repository. And finally, Flux will then pick up the task of configuration and will start the deployment in Kubernetes, very similar to what we have seen earlier in the slides, which I did manually with Helm install or with Helm update. This is how such an config registration looks like. Yeah, so for example, here register the Zabbix system Git repository in Flux. That is the Flux. This is Flux directory, and what you can see here is that we tell Flux there's a new repository, and this new repository is the system application repository, so Flux knows about it. And what we can see here in the customization object created for Flux, we also see that Flux knows that there is a provider called SOPS, and that this provider is to be used to decode the coded information in our configuration files. This is just a very simple view to show how the application directory and the system directory look from a user perspective. Just two directories here, two Git repositories. I'm sorry, not directories, but Git repositories that are automatically created. And this one here is now showing how the Helm release that is created by Cloud Deploy based on our previous information looks like. This is just a configuration file. It's pretty much the same that we saw manually before. And again, you can see here that, for example, the database password is encrypted using SOPs. And because Flux is aware of SOPs, they can decrypt this one. And also can any of the authorized persons make changes to the configuration document, and it will still work. This one shows how the user can make changes to the configuration by just setting environment vars. And finally, if everything is deployed properly, if the dust has settled, so to say, then we should see that we have a new service definition here. We have our pods, Zabbix server with agent and Zabbix front-end pod. MetalLB has assigned the IP address, which is available from the outside. The Ingress, the Nginx Ingress reverse proxy has assigned the URL slug. And yeah, so we can now access the entire Zabbix installation from outside. How does all of this look from the user perspective? So we have seen what the details are, how we can do it manually. We have seen that, Cloud Deploy would give some assistance here. So how does this process to actually create any new Zabbix installation from the user perspective? Well, we can use the web-based portal, and the web-based portal has what is called a service template. So pretty much to Zabbix templates, we have service templates, and based on the service template, a service is created, and each service template provides what are provisioning actions, like for example, create is a provisioning action, delete is a provisioning action, and each action then can have different tasks. And that is how it looks like. So we have a template definition here to provide a Zabbix 6.0 instance. And the actions defined for this instance are update, create, and delete. These are update, delete. These are the screenshots of the update, delete, and so forth actions with their individual steps. And these steps can be, for example, Ansible playbooks that are being executed, and each step then each task can then have their own configuration depending on the playbook that's being executed. So, for example, if you would like to have a notification via email or via Jira, or you would like to open a ticket like check whether the new deployed instance is working, it's just a matter of adding a step here in the task list. So from the user perspective, it looks like step number 1, select a template. Step number 2, give your Zabbix installation a name. That's called your factory name, which name you would like to use. Then you can make a choice for the size, and we pick up a proper database from the pre-configured database provider pool, and you define a slug and a GitHub user, and then the process starts rolling. It will be executed. The provisioning steps will be executed and will be streamed in real time to the customer or to the user, so we can see immediately whether that step worked or failed. And if everything goes fine, then if everything goes fine, yeah, it goes fine, then finally you should have your Zabbix front end available. You should see in your Kubernetes monitoring that the new pod is deployed and everything is there. I mentioned on the internals of Cloud Deploy that we also have APIs available. In fact, we have a REST-like HTTP API, we have a gRPC API, and we have Terraform provider. May I ask, just because of curiosity, anyone knows Terraform or has used it? Okay, a couple of people, great. Yeah. So this is documentation for the REST-like API. We are using the Open API specification, which, for example, allows you to use tools like Swagger to immediately play with the API. So it's not just documented, but you can do it can do it with data structures. This is how the Terraform provider looks like. So you register our Cloud Deploy as a Terraform provider in the first step, and this is, for example, the definition for creating a new Zabbix instance. And it's basically the same information that you provide via Terraform that you have seen on the interactive web user portal. You select a template, you define a name, optional you can have a description, and then you have some meta info, like, for example, Zabbix small is a predefined configuration item to select a proper database. And then it will start going. And then you do Terraform apply, and it will start the deployment process. Because it's asynchronous, we do not wait and block until the process finished, because it can take some time, depending on the environment. So it really allows you, it gives you the current job state back, and then you can use Terraform refresh. Those hands up will know this command very well. And then you can query the state, and it will give you immediately feedback where it currently is. And finally, we see small status equals ready, and that means that the deployment has been finished. Yeah, finally, in this project, it was important that all of these instances that have been created by this mechanism in here, that they are somehow monitored. And of course, we're using Zabbix to monitor the installations created, so one to rule them all. You remember that quite a while ago, Zabbix allows to access internal metrics from one Zabbix server to another Zabbix server. So we have here our Zabbix instances that are deployed via Cloud Deploy. We have here our master Zabbix server, and the deployment process then triggers some work under the hood. For example, the Cloud Deploy API allows or works pretty well together with low-level discovery. So we can use LLD in Cloud Deploy to actually discover them on the central instance and then create hosts and host prototypes and work from there. That's pretty fun. Also, we automatically create for each installed Zabbix instance a service definition in Zabbix, a Zabbix service. And we extended the service definitions a little bit in a way that you have a graphical representation about how the service setup looks like, and that's being created for any Zabbix instance deployed. And here we can see on the central master server the list of Zabbix installations created all by Cloud Deploy. And here, finally, we see the health of all those machines using this new widget stuff from you, which has been implemented. Yeah, I have to say, this one is all compatible to Zabbix 6.0. There's a lot more under the hood, like, for example, we're creating automatically dashboards because some features were not available in Zabbix 6.0 LTS, but in 6.2 and 6.4. So, yeah. I did it in time. Thank you. Thank you so much. One minute left. 1 minute left. I hope it was not too fast.
Exactly enough for a couple of questions, I guess, then. So let's get right to it. So one of the quite popular questions is s.r.l tools is an Ansible collection which is maintained by community itself. So how are you ensuring that the community solution will keep the access still secure, being community one?
So I didn't get the first part of the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the SOPS or SOPS
yes.
solution.
Yeah.
Tools is an Ansible collection which is maintained by community.
Yeah.
And how are you ensuring that the community solution is being used for secret access? So meaning remaining secure, even though it's a community.
Actually, I'm not involved in maintaining the community Helm chart repository. I'm not the guy there. What we have done is we are using Flux. So there are different stories here. This Helm repository can be used by anyone, and as I showed in the slides, Flux is just a tool, you know, to actually make use of Helm as a repository. Management work tool, and SOPS adds very nice to it because it allows you to do this encryption. So we are not involved with this community GitHub repository. It's just a part of what we are using.
Okay, thank you. And just one more. So what do you think is the, main or multiple added benefits of deploying Zabbix specifically in the Kubernetes?
Okay. Just what I can say is that when we move to Zabbix in big installations, and we do quite a lot of those projects, then we have this situation that people already have monitoring systems where they are completely responsible for. So they have their own administration. They do monitor the Wi-Fi stuff. They have specific applications they monitor, specific servers, and so forth. And when they are forced to use a centralized system like, for example, it's Zabbix now, and they lose their admin rights, for example, so are not fully 100% responsible any longer, then that could lead to some difficulties, so to say. And one solution is just deploy individual Zabbix instances. So you consolidate to one solution. The expertise in the company is still, they can help each other, but they keep their independency in this case. There will be one case where you have more than one Zabbix server installed. And another one is simply when there are like 200 plus monitoring solutions, maybe it's an idea to consolidate them down to one solution only to make administration easier.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers and time.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'd like to make some announcements. Just to remind you to visit our sponsors booths on the hall outside. I know that you already take a look at it, but don't forget that we also have that special chocolate stuff. In this case, did anyone find something, win some prize on the chocolate stuff, you can raise your hand. No? No one? Yeah, okay, I can see one over there. I know that another one won, but I can see him here. So keep looking for it. Visit the booths from the sponsors, visit the merch. Give your testimonial on Zabbix products, services, and everything related to Zabbix on the testimonial booths. And just one quick announcement before lunch is that the lunch will be served here on this floor, not in the restaurant, okay? And we'll have a food station here in this hall and 3 other food stations in the other hall across the corridor. So if you are vegetarian, you can also find a food station for vegetarians. And that's it for now. Let's go to lunch, the happy moment of the day, the happiest moment of the day, okay? And see you in about an hour, okay?
Hi, my name is Christina, and in my daily work, I am the head of training department. But today here I will do the live interviews for you guys. Right next to me, we have Mr. Kodai Terashima from the Zabbix Japan team. So, how are you enjoying Zabbix Summit so far?
Yeah, so Summit was just started, but yeah, it was a very interesting talk in this morning. Yeah, so new features of the Zabbix 7.0 and also some use case and some interesting talk about the technical talk from users and partners. Yeah, it's very fun. Yeah, to me. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. And Zabbix Japan was opened 11 years ago, so that means you have attended not one, not two, but many Zabbix events till now. Yeah. And what is your favorite thing about Zabbix Summit?
Yeah, of course, speeches itself very interesting. So a lot of the use case and some lot of technology things around Zabbix. That speeches are interesting, but also how to say, it's like I'm possible to see Zabbix friends here, yeah, and also colleagues here. So every year I visit Zabbix Summit and meet some Zabbix old friends and the many partners and users. Yeah, that is also fun. Yeah, it's nice to me. Yeah.
Okay, seems like you are really enjoying the events. And we will have a Zabbix Japan conference in mid-November. What we can expect from this event?
Yes, so we already prepared Zabbix Conference Japan. That will happen in the 16th to 17th in November. So yeah, we started to open the registration now, and so many talks from users about the use case, and also talks and about the solutions for Zabbix from partners, and also technical speeches from our colleagues, especially support team. So yeah, it will have a lot of interesting talk for users. Yeah.
Okay, that seems great. Looking forward to maybe see it online as well. And thank you, Kodai. And I will see you later on here during the conference. Okay, thank you. And next up, let me find him. Oh, here we have him. Mr. Hiroshi Abe. Thank you for joining us. How are you enjoying the summit so far?
Yeah, this is first time to me to join the summit, so I'm very exciting and also the fair presentation, so I'm sorry. Maybe if I was just
okay, can you tell us a bit more about yourself, what you do, where you work, and maybe for how long have you been working with Zabbix till now?
Actually, working with Zabbix, so maybe it's about maybe 6 or 7 years, and I worked with Terashima-san, who is president in Zabbix Japan. So from 7 years ago, I just used Zabbix for my projects. So it's quite a little bit time.
Oh, okay. So, and could you tell us, like, we just saw your presentation, it was really good. Thank you about that one. And could you tell us, is this green energy really important for Toyota Motors Corporation?
Yes. As I said, about my research field, it's quite important, and also about my company. And we are focusing about green energy, such kind of hybrid EV or hydrogen engines. So, but about my field, we are concentrated about telecommunication and IT technologies. So that's my research.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the interview, and we will see you later on as well. So let's go and look for someone else here who we have. Wolfgang?
Yes, sir.
So, here we have Wolfgang from our friends IntelliTrend, a long-lasting Zabbix certified partner and also a Zabbix certified trainer as well. Can you tell us, you have been around with Zabbix and playing around with it for quite some while now. What is your favorite thing about it?
You mean the favorite thing about Zabbix?
Yeah.
It's basically its ability to fit into any problem that you might encounter. It's like it's like, yeah, we have this bricks, this Lego bricks, where you can build, when you're a child, you can build anything with it, yeah? And for me, Zabbix is some sort of Lego brick. It allows me to build anything what I would like to do, yeah? And yeah, that's what I like most of Zabbix.
That's really great. And could you tell me, since you have been around for so long, how do you feel, how has the tool itself changed over this period of time?
It has really becoming, I mean, I'm working with Zabbix like over 20 years now with the product itself. And so even before Zabbix became a company, and it has become a very professional tool, so to say. And the development team makes decisions that are really long term, and you don't have to trust me. You can follow this in the change log. You can see the details there. So they really care about the long time users and build stuff that really works over years.
That is actually really nice to hear. And maybe you could tell us a bit about yourself, about your company, IntelliTrend. What do you provide, what you bring to the table for your customers?
Yeah. IntelliTrend basically is an IT service provider, so to say, and we are focused on network infrastructure. So we usually do not maintain a specific application on the client side, but we are more general in infrastructure, like networking, like servers, like virtualization, like storage, like backup. These sort of firewalls, security, these sort of things. And on top of that, we have a different division in our company, which is focused on monitoring, because monitoring works very well with this IT infrastructure service. We need to ensure that the stuff works. Basically, that is why we are using Zabbix use Zabbix in the first one. Yeah? So these are the areas. And finally, because we're doing very big projects, like 10,000 plus servers, we have our own development in Zabbix. And one result of this development, for example, is the tools that we're presenting here.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice presentation, and I believe that there are many people who it will be useful to. And the last question of today, in November we are going to have a conference in Germany. Can we expect to meet you there?
Yes, you can expect to meet me there. Yeah, you will also meet other German partners there, and I can tell that we, behind the scene, really try to make this a great experience for the visitors. We are aware that this is a first Zabbix conference, yeah, and we really would like. We do everything possible to add as much value to the visitors. So come to Berlin, yeah, and I think it will be worth, and I will be there, of course, as well.
Oh, thank you so much for this. This sounds really great. And I hope that all the people who are watching from Germany take your chance. Zabbix is coming to Germany for you in Berlin this November.
Yes.
So let's go. Thank you. Hi, and here we have my colleague of mine, Vladimir, or as we call him, just Dimir. Could you tell us a bit yourself, for how long have you been working with Zabbix?
I've been working in Zabbix now for 12 years. I work as a C developer, but also sometimes some other languages involved. And also I'm working with one customer who has really customized Zabbix installation, and there I'm using parallel programming language.
Oh, so you're a bit of a versatile guy. So you, as you mentioned, more than 10 years around, you have attended many Zabbix Summits till now, up until this point. Maybe you can share what is your favorite memory you have experienced here?
Yes, almost all Zabbix Summits. I missed just one. There are a lot of good things that has happened. One thing that I can remember that impressed me was the talk by Volker Fröhlich. Talk about Zabbix action simulator that he wrote himself. And I was amazed about how experienced our users can be and how well they know actually the internals of the product. And how good they are at presenting things. Like his presentation was so great, I just enjoyed it every second of it. So that's what I remember probably.
That's really nice to hear that you are actually enjoying talks from the Zabbix users. And could you say that actually being here around, seeing our community, hearing from them, does it somehow affect your daily work?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I try to communicate in.
And I will see you around. Thank you. Oh. And I will see you around. Thank you. Oh. Oh, and here we have another colleague of mine who is also a developer for the backend, as I would say. Why you chose Zabbix?
Actually, Zabbix was my first employer, and after a brief hiatus of about 10 years, I've come back to Zabbix because I consider it both being a great company, a great work environment, and Zabbix itself is a beneficial product to the end user and very educational to work on. All of these factors have contributed to me coming back and enjoying my day-to-day work now.
I just love when people are loving the work that they are doing, enjoying the community, and enjoying that the work itself actually matters to someone and brings something good to the world. Up until now, Summit has just started, but maybe there's some speech you enjoyed the most, or maybe something you are really looking forward to in today, or maybe upcoming day?
Yeah, actually, just the two speeches by Rich, and the name avoids me right now, the following speaker afterwards on the subjects of alert fatigue and deploying Zabbix into Kubernetes. I personally have my own Kubernetes environment, and hence this topic is very current for me right now. I would like to proceed in that line of work as well, in the sense of improving our product for that environment, because I see that as just a switch in paradigm that has happened that's probably not going away. And I just see the number of users probably increasing in the future. So there's more work to be done.
Okay, so I really like that you enjoyed the speeches, and you are around these people who are using Zabbix for different purposes. How does it affect you, what you are doing in your daily job, how we are improving the project, the product?
Well, the community is generally just a very strong driver for any sort of involvement of the product itself. They present very interesting use cases that we ourselves could not create on our own. So they provide us with a lot of feedback, requests for features, and their vision of how they would like to see the product evolve. So it's a continuous loop of them coming back to us, giving us feedback, we implementing new features and options for them. And the work continues on. It just improves the product overall, I believe. And I'm very grateful to have this community that we have because they also commit work outside of direct interaction with us. They take the reins over certain projects, and that's just amazing.
That's great. Thank you very much for the interview. And thank you guys for watching us. And now we will have a short break. And after the break, there will be more use cases and more interesting stuff for you to see. Thank you and stick around.
Okay, everybody, let's get back. How was the lunch? Take your seats, because now we are going to talk a little about my country, Brazil. Yeah, if you have ever been in Brazil, you might have taken a glance at a huge media company called Globo. Globo is huge across the world and is well known for broadcasting huge events like the Brazilian elections, World Cup, and many, many others. Like national movies are also being produced by Globo, and there's a lot of infrastructure projects done by Globo as well. It's a huge company. It's one of the biggest media companies in Latin America. And today we have the presence of the person that leads the monitoring team, the team responsible for maintaining this huge company. And please, let's welcome more than 10 years experience tech lead of monitoring, Marianna Portela.
Obrigada. Hello, guys. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to be at Zabbix Summit and share this stage with incredible people. But let's start it. Now we are going to talk about how Zabbix simplified digital transformation for Globo, the Brazil's largest media group. But first, hi, I am Marianna Portela. And thinking about improve the accessibility for people watching us on YouTube, I'm gonna describe myself first. So I am a medium height woman with medium skin tone, short dark hair, and I'm wearing a black blazer, white t-shirt, navy blue pants, and black shoes. So I'm a tech lead at Globo. I've been working there for 15 years. I started as intern. And now my focus is on involving our multi-cloud monitoring model that includes GCP, AWS, Azure, Oracle Cloud, and on-premise cloud. And besides that, helping other business areas to achieve high standards and effective monitoring. It's also a really important goal of our team, too. I'm also Zabbix certified specialist and Zabbix certified professional since 2013. And I've been using Zabbix in a production environment since there. This is this QR code, so feel free to scan and add me on LinkedIn if you want. And now, a little bit about Globo. I got some numbers here. We are the largest media company in Brazil and Latin America, and about 100 million Brazilians consume our content every day, and this number, it's almost 50% of the Brazilians' population. We have more than 1 million hours watched on Globo Play, our video streaming service. And Globo Play has 30 million subscribers. And during the first round of the last Brazilian presidential elections, we got 234 million page views on j1.com and globo.com. And Globo brings together linear, paid TV, streaming, and digital products and services. Now, a little bit about our Zabbix environment at Globo. We have a guided self-service oriented monitoring solution with a customized API layer between Zabbix and clients. And this approach makes easier the management of the platform and also helps to keep some patterns that simplifies the 24/7 support process. And it's easier for our clients too, because they don't need to know how Zabbix works with hosts and items and triggers and whatever. And it helps us to handle a large volume request because our clients can use the API in an easy way. We have about 50,000 hosts, and most of them created by using API or auto-register process. And we have about 3 million items in our base. Now we are in a transition from Swarm to Kubernetes. So at the moment, we have this hybrid design. And we monitor at Globo network, devices, servers, and whatever they want. Zabbix is a unique console for us at Globo. So if you have to use another tool for monitor something, we integrate it with Zabbix to have a single console to see alarms and metrics. And during all these years, we are using Zabbix for 10 years at Globo. And during all these years, our platform was getting bigger with some developer integrations, and was getting bigger and getting more important to the business. So we became a product at Globo, an internal product that serves the company when the subject is monitoring digital service. Okay, but how does Zabbix help Globo? The first case I share with you is about our content delivery network. Brazil is a big country, and there is a huge difference in the quality and availability of internet access from one region to another. So when you go up to north of the country, the internet quality goes down. And we know it's really important to be close to our clients so they can have a better experience watching our videos on Globo Play or Globo.com or jom.com. So, but it's also important to stay on budget. So we took advantage of being physically present in many regions of the country, and as a TV broadcast as we are, and decided to build our own CDN. It's cheaper, and most of providers don't cover the north and northeast regions of the country, where we need more to improve the user experience. And we started this project on 2020, and now, 3 years later, we have more than 200 points of presence in Brazil. So after that, the CDN team came to us asking if we could help to monitor this infrastructure and how would be the best way to do so. And as Zabbix Proxy and Zabbix Agent are really efficient components, we decided to keep the monitoring structure close to the targets. So we have a Zabbix Proxy, a Zabbix Agent on each point of presence. And the choice of using a proxy or an agent depends on the resource availability at the point. After have all infrastructure monitored by Zabbix, the CDN team decided to use the data we collect to infer the best source to serve a specific client. So we developed some templates together because both metrics and collection interval needs to be customized. And once this data was in our database, the system integrates with Zabbix to fed this data. And another case, as we are in a digital transformation, things are changing. We cover some on-live events and bring some context before, when you have to cover these events like World Cup, the Olympics, or some music festival. We have to pack a lot of stuff, equipment, and send a lot of people to the local. But now, with things getting more digital, we don't need to pack all this stuff anymore and send there a huge staff. So we have the case on the last Olympic Games in Japan. We have to monitor all the availability, quality and availability of all connections between Japan and Brazil. And we have some limitations, like physical space. You don't have too much space, and you can't keep 24/7 staff on site. So we decided to use a Raspberry Pi because you could set up a proxy on it, and it's really portable. It's go easy on a carry-on luggage, and it's easy. Just when you get there, you just plug it in. At the first try, it doesn't work really well, but we made some changes, and then the solution works fine during the Olympics. And here, I have some photos, this professional setup you can see. And here, a map that we are using during the Olympics. The following year, we had the World Cup in Qatar, and we used the same solution with some improvements. The map that we are using during the World Cup. And then again, the solution was working really well, so we decided to use on Carnival in Rio. And then we used it on a music festival called The Town. So as results, we have a low-cost and really portable solution that was the most important thing. Of course, you have shorter response time and less downtime. And everybody liked the solution because it's really easy to adapt to another scenarios. And after all these events, our CTO heard about the solution and asked to us, so why don't we use this solution to cover games from Brazilian Soccer League? Yeah, why not? So after that, it became a new service offering of our platform. And then we started the Media Solutions project. Media Solution is an area at Globo responsible for keep things working on live transmission, like some animations or some images you can see on live streaming. All of that they are responsible for. So we started with the Raspberry Pi solution at the stadiums. Just monitor simple metrics like latency and packet loss and links availability. And here we have a simple schema about that. And then we started to monitoring some systems that are used during these events, like soccer games. And most of them are running on a cloud or a service or a cloud service. As it is a still work in progress project, we are expanding the monitoring coverage to all media solution systems. It's a really challenging project because it's a large and complex environment. We have a lot of systems, a lot of kind of data. Some parts are already monitored by other tool or another part, and you have to decide if you want to integrate it with Zabbix or if you want to bring the data collection into our platform. We have some black box too, completely unknown to how they work. So we have some creative solutions to work around some limitations. And a really important thing that's really difficult too, it's integrate teams and support process. When you monitor something, you have to have a documentation to how to recover this alarm, because if not, we just have a lot of alarms blinking on the screen to us. So some advices to keep in mind. That's how we work at Globo. So be available to other teams. Keep this channel open. It's the best way to improve things. Listen and understanding other areas and other teams' problems, so we can think together and suggest solutions. Encourage them to constant evaluation, the monitoring. Our systems and our environment are changing really fast, so you have to guarantee the coverage of the monitoring. And the last one, it's probably a self-reminder to keep home organized. And I mean, have some patterns, name patterns, host group patterns. Our customized API do this for us, make things really organized. So if you need to make some change, change a parameter or update a service offering, when you have everything mapped, it goes really easier. And here, up to date, Zabbix is bringing some new features. You must use them, and probably they are going to make our life easier too. And here is our dream team at Globo, our email, so feel free to message us and share some experience. And thank you very much.
Okay, just a second. Thank you, Marianna. That was great. Guys, before we continue, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows this, but this event is being live broadcast on YouTube, so if you want to share with your family, friends, just make sure that they know it, okay? So the next topic, we are going to talk about log monitoring. And, well, it's something that I'm really curious about, because when we are working with Zabbix and we are trying to monitor logs, usually we have to add every regex one by one, every pattern that we want to identify one by one. But apparently, our next speaker is doing this with low-level discovery to make life easier. And he's not doing this on any simple environment. It's a bank environment. And you guys know that working in finance is something that's really urgent. Everything must be working at any moment. And, well, it's one of the biggest banks here in Latvia. You might have seen some outdoor, something like that. Please, let's welcome Giedrius Stasiulionis, IT experts from SEB Bank in Lithuania.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Giedrius, and I'm here to present my topic, Logs Go LLD. First of all, very quickly about me. So I often consider myself as the one who loves monitoring, programming, and automation. And if there was a single thing which I don't enjoy, it would be talking too much about myself. So let's proceed to the topic. So logs. Logs are actually all over the places. Logs are being generated by various different systems, processes, applications, web servers, operating system, etc. And what you typically want to do with those logs is you want to monitor them. You want to analyze them. You want to catch some errors, warnings. You want to count something useful there. And Zabbix provides two very useful items for that. It is log and log count. Those are actually perfect items for many use cases because they are efficient performance-wise. They come with the Zabbix agent out of the box, meaning that you don't have to install anything additionally. You just install Zabbix agent and you use them. But are those items enough? That is the question. I would say that for most cases, when you have a limited range of patterns to be defined, when it's kind of simple, and most checks are actually simple in the end, so those items are really enough. But what to do in more complex cases? And I would like to define several of them, so you would understand what is more complex. First of all, what to do when you have multi-line analysis needed. Log is designed so that it works in a single line level, meaning that you analyze line by line, and you cannot really extract some information if you need to analyze multiple lines. For example, if you have a request-response type of thing, when requests come in one line and responses come after some time as another line. And they might be joined by some unique identifier, and you would like to know, for example, whether a specific request received a response. So this is kind of not possible with a log item. And for that, you would need some custom approach. Another use case which I consider as kind of complex is cases when you have to define a huge set of patterns. Imagine something like HTTP status codes. What if you would like to monitor counts for them during the time? You should then set up tens, I don't know how many different HTTP status codes. We have something like 60 something maybe. So you would have to define them one by one. Of course, you could clone them. At the best choice, you might create one item, then export a template, and then somehow with a script or manually copy-paste the item and have all the set working. But this is kind of painful, I would say, and this looks immediately like an object for LLD. So that is exactly my solution. And I will now present it. So first of all, about the concept itself, how it works. I was trying in the first place to keep it as simple as possible. And this means that the approach is implemented in a bash script and used as a user parameter. This is nice because it is kind of portable. You can move this script all around the Linux. It is not needed to be compiled since it's a bash script. So it doesn't have any sort of dependencies, so you just add the script, add user parameter, and it should work. Next thing, this idea, it relies on regular expressions. So whether you monitor something with the Zabbix agent with the log items or you use this LLD, you should be familiar with regular expressions, what they are, how to use them. And to be more precise, it is actually based on capturing groups. This is a very, very powerful feature of regular expressions. It allows you to extract portions of your data which is being matched and later on use it. Last thing here is that I chose to use s.r.l type of regular expressions. And this is actually for two reasons. First of all, I find the s.r.l type of regular expressions most powerful ones. And those who deal with text analysis more, you would most likely agree that once you want to find something very trivial, you would most likely do grep something. Once you have something more complex to catch, you would like to use grep minus capital E, which stands for POSIX extended. But when is that not enough, then you will most likely use grep minus capital P or pgrep, which stands for s.r.l type of regular expressions. And another reason why s.r.l is because Zabbix itself, I think since version 4, they started using Perl type of regular expressions. So then the discovery regular expression and item prototype regular expression, they might be shared with no trouble. Another thing about this approach is that low-level discovery is not data collection. So once you collect some data from logs, you would typically want to do it very frequently when talking about log item. You would run it each second, each 3 seconds, each 5 seconds, but really in high frequency. With low-level discovery, it's a bit different. You don't want to run it as frequently as data collection because you discover something and you want to collect the data later on. So you don't have this need to run it frequently. And that might become a problem if you have a huge log files, because if you run your discovery something like once an hour, once per half an hour, even once per 10 minutes, and if you have a huge amounts of data, and you would like to keep the same fashion of this low-level discovery as you use in data collection, means that in data collection you scan your log portion by portion. So you read something, and then after some time you run it again, and you read just the portion which was created during 2 runs. So if you would keep the same approach here with the low-level discovery, you might be in big trouble if you have huge logs, because it would become really slow. And that's why I implemented this approach with possibility for you to choose how many lines you would like to analyze. It means that once you run this discovery, it takes last given amount of lines and tries to find something there. So it's all about knowing your environment, knowing your logs. You should know how frequently a specific log is being updated, and by that choose this number of lines to be analyzed in each run as per your needs. Also, the frequency itself of low-level discovery is nothing new. You also choose it freely as per your needs. Now about keeping it simple. So this is how it looks like from a configuration perspective. It's really kind of simple. It's a script which you run. You provide 4 parameters for it, which are kind of self-explanatory from the variable names. So first one is a log file you want to tail. Next is number of lines you will analyze. Entity key is just a naming for the discovery JSON. And the most important one is the pattern itself. One thing to mention here, which stands out a bit, is using unsafe user parameters. They must be enabled. And that is because if you don't enable them, you will most likely face a situation like this. Since regular expressions, they tend to have all the characters which are listed as unsafe from the Zabbix agent. For example, character classes, square brackets, and yeah, asterisks, and so on. So you should enable this parameter. Now, once again about keeping it simple, so a script itself is something like 70 lines, but the whole essence of this discovery is actually in those 3 lines. To be more precise, it's actually in this pipe here. I will explain each of the sections a bit later, but just to show you how simple the discovery is, it is actually here. Let's take an example, and you will maybe better understand how it works. So imagine that you would like to count all the HTTP status codes that appear in your web server log. So the Apache config looks like that, and you would like to catch this highlighted part, and later on count it. So this is the real line example. And what we actually do is we provide for the script those 4 parameters which I mentioned. So the log, number of lines to analyze, name of the entities in your discovery JSON, and regular expression itself. So important thing here to notice is the capturing group, which is 3 digits here, which represent the HTTP status codes. And once you run it, you get the set of data which you wanted to have. From Zabbix GUI configuration perspective, it looks like that. Again, nothing too complex. Same as from command line, so all those 4 parameters. And then, as I mentioned, discovery regular expression might be shared with the item prototype regular expression. Just what was before the capturing group now becomes the LLD macro. And this is the result. So you discovered multiple HTTP status codes there in your log, and you created 5 items, which counts later on number of matching lines per minute. Let's take more complex example. So the example itself will be more complex in a way that it will have not a single capturing group, but 3 capturing groups, because in this example, you want to analyze the durations of the requests, but now this time grouped not only by HTTP status code, but by HTTP method as well, by HTTP status code, and by specific domain. So again, highlighted parts. What you do is actually nothing much more complex here. You provide 3 capturing groups instead of 1, and that's how script automatically uses all those 3 capturing groups. And it will provide you sets of data, which are actually what you wanted to see, so HTTP method, HTTP status code, and specific domains. Configuration, nothing too complex, nothing too different from first example. All those parameters, just what you have to remember is that capturing groups are your best friends, yes? So as many of capturing groups as you will have, as many of components in the JSON you will also have. Since in Apache config, I had durations of those requests defined in microseconds, here's a good part to introduce or remind that you should use pre-processing in case you have such a need as I have now. And pre-processing can be applied both to discovery itself and for item prototypes. As well as pre-processing, you should also consider using filters. If you cannot construct your regular expression so that it would already discover what you need, you might want to apply some filtering. So in this case, for example, I decided to have not all of the HTTP methods, but just get and post. So I would like to get rid of heads and options and whatnot. I just want get and post. So this is just a reminder that you should use Zabbix native features, such as pre-processing, filtering. Don't forget it, it will make your life easier. And again, this is the result. So you have durations being monitored, automatically created with a HTTP method, HTTP status code, and specific domain. One thing worth to mention as well is naming of your item prototypes, and later on what becomes items. So if you wisely select names for the item prototypes, you will then be able to use wildcards here in the dashboard widgets nicely. And for example, in this case, since I have here I would have HTTP method, and here I have HTTP status code. So I can divide them into 4 subcategories, so 200s, 300s, 400s, and 500s. And that is how something new appearing in your log might automatically also appear thanks to wildcards, very nice feature. It will automatically also appear in your dashboard widgets. So it's kind of full automation. So I promised to explain the pipe logic. So let's quickly do it here. So first of all, what this discovery does, it tails your log with a number of lines that you provided for the script. This is what I talked before. Next step, you immediately try to grab the provided pattern out of the log. In case of simple patterns, say one capturing group or something quite simple, it will already make it really fast for the further steps. So it is to make things easier. Next step is actually most important one. Here I invoke a Perl snippet, which prints out the output of all of your capturing groups, separated by space in this case. So this is, if we would talk that this whole pipe is the essence of discovery, then this part is the essence of the pipe. It's the most important part here. The last step is sorting the data by uniqueness, because this is a criteria for discovery. Discovery would work even if you have some duplicated entries, but it would provide some error in the discovery GUI. So in order to avoid that, you already provide unique records in your sets of data. So this is how it looks like as a whole line, and highlighted parts are exactly an object what happens after this pipe runs it. Now, the purpose, of course, of this pipe is to do its thing. It's to collect the data which you need, but also another purpose is to do it fast. So who wants to build slow things? We want to build fast things. And even if it's not so important as in data collection, discovery is also, at least in my opinion, should be fast as it can be. So I experimented a lot actually, and this whole pipe actually ensures the speed. And now I will show you what I mean by the speed. So imagine that for the sake of demonstration, I specifically created such a regular expression, which is not efficient. It includes seconds from the timestamps. It includes also what is in between the user agent, and it also includes the request durations, which could be outside the regular expression, but I intentionally left it here to demonstrate the speed. So what this means is that we have a lot of unique lines after grep part. That is exactly because of what I explained. So I'm leaving seconds, I'm leaving durations, I'm leaving user agent. So it makes all the lines having something highly different, and that's why you have a huge set of data before you invoke the Perl, which prints the output of caption groups. So I have 44,000 lines there, but once you run the script, you will see that out of those 44,000 lines, you will have 68 different sets of data. And the thing is that this whole analysis is being performed in less than a second. So if I would choose my regular expression to be better, it would run even faster, but even with this regular expression, which intentionally has too much unnecessary parts, it runs in less than a second. For such amount of data and for a purpose of discovery, I am really happy about this result, and I consider this as at least fast enough for the discovery. So this whole script, this whole thing, I like to consider it as a working thing, so you can take it and use it. But I also like to think about it as an abstract idea, how to do things. So that's why it is easy to change something, modify it, because you might have some different needs than to discover things in a way that I presented. And here's the example what I mean. So imagine that you would like not to discover each and every entity which is in your log, but for example, for some reason, group one of the caption groups or two of the caption groups into some subcategories again. So for example, in my previous example, I had HTTP method, HTTP status code, and specific domain. But what if I would like to group HTTP status codes into two subcategories, something like 200s and non-200s? How to do it? With that initial discovery script, it would be impossible because it literally discovers each and every different HTTP status code. So what to do? I modified the script, and there is another version of it. I will provide those both scripts in GitHub. So this additional modified script, it accepts a fifth parameter. It is as many as caption groups as you have. Here, for this fifth parameter, you should provide as many alternatives for each of the caption groups separated by a semicolon. So here, for example, with the first caption group, I don't do anything. With the second group, I group it by 200s and non-200s. And then with third caption group, I also don't do anything. So it will be literally as is in the logs. And this is how it looks like once you run it. So you get all the HTTP methods, specific domains, but this time, HTTP status codes will be grouped into 200s and non-200s. It is just an example how can you transform or modify the script if you need it. And this is the result again. So HTTP method, 200s, HTTP method, non-200s for specific domain. And yeah, both of the scripts as well as user parameter file are provided here in my GitHub. Feel free to download it, feel free to use it, feel free to modify it. Feel free to catch me and discuss if you like here in Summit or contact via LinkedIn or somewhere else. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
We have a couple of questions for you after seeing this very cool method, I must say. And one of the questions would be, were there any unexpected surprises with the keep lost resources period, and what exactly was the period in the end?
So the question is, was there any unexpected results with the keep lost
resources period, like some statuses suddenly gone, undiscovered?
Yeah. So I think, again, as I mentioned, the frequency of running the discovery and the amount of data you analyze for discovery highly depends on your use cases, on your logs. So the same is applicable for a retention period, like how long you will store your discovered stuff. It highly depends on you. If you need to actually store it for longer time, you store it for longer time. Or, for example, if your discovered entities are not so highly repetitive, it means that you, for example, some HTTP status code, weird one, I'm a teapot 418, if you don't return it frequently enough, it will, of course, in logs, it will also be very not so frequently appearing. So that's why you once might discover it, and you would like to collect it, but during next discovery run, it will not be there. So, of course, you should consider all those things and set this keeping lost discovered entity as per your needs. Mm-hmm.
And just one more. So how did you end up closing the problems? Manually or maybe correlation?
How did I end up closing problems? Is it related to this presentation? Because here I didn't even talk about triggers or problems.
That's why I assumed the question was there. So if you detect the statuses, you probably detect
Although to answer questions directly, yes, I understand how to close the problems with a correlation, and we heavily do it once we have a need to avoid the flood of repetitive events. So we sometimes consider that, and in our environment we use this feature, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the answers and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Giedrius. Well, that was a study case that happened on a financial institute. So we're still talking about financial institutes, right? This time, a long case study that will be brought by a long old member of the Zabbix community. He has more than 10 years of experience as a Zabbix certified trainer, and inclusively, he just received his certificate for it yesterday. He is the CEO of our platinum sponsor, Quadrata Service Group. Please welcome Dimitri Bellini.
Thank you. Hi, and thank you so much. So my colleagues say I'm old guy, so 10 years more than when I start my journey with Quadrata. So Quadrata is an Italian system integrator that started to use Zabbix at least 10 years ago with the technology in mind, because my background is system administrator, mainly a geek, so like most of you, So I'm not a sales guy. I'm not a blah 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 guys that pronounce DevOps, Agile, or some. Well, I don't want to say stupid, but something like that. So I like the real stuff, like Zabbix, and the open source technology. Why the open source technology and why we decide to use Zabbix? Because it's something that is working very well, and the principle is very important, is keep simple. And sometimes we lose this kind of idea, to keep the stuff simple, also inside Zabbix. And in my customer, multiple times, I see using Zabbix to do everything, to schedule jobs, doing all the fancy stuff with JavaScript, preprocessor, REST API inside the REST API, and items internal in the same items, and something like that. And I strongly suggest, after 10 years of work in big environment, enterprise, customer, and after my first falls, no, because I'm not a guru, so I learned something during my years of work. And what I learned is try to simplify everything, because less piece in the puzzle, it's better for everyone. No, it's easy to manage, it's easy to find the root cause of the problem, and a lot of other stuff. Also, it's easy to explain to your employee, because the employee now is changing every year. So you need to stay very close to the problem and not use so spatial, so complicated way, new language, because every time, no, I have an employee to say, oh, I found Rust. Okay, what do you want to do? A simple script. Okay, use a bash, no? Why you do need to change Python, multiple libraries, Go, compile, and something like that if you can use bash? Or a simple shell scripting that we can use in every operating system without so special Red Hat version or something like that. So keep your works very simple. And why so much discussion in the beginning? Because with such experience, we open to our company in different countries, And last year, we opened in the United Arab Emirates, and we start our journey also in the Middle East. In the Middle East, it was different because it's not my country, it's not my culture. Everything is a new challenge for me and also for my family sometimes. And what we bring with us from Italy to Middle East, we bring our knowledge and our experience. It means a lot. I think a lot of. Because we are someone, me as all of you, have a huge experience in big enterprise company, complex scenario, complex architecture, complex software. We fix most of the time every problem because we are geek and we solve the problem. Also, we like the problem. Also, we like Zabbix. Zabbix, it's not easy. And most of the time, I say to Alexei, we need a better Zabbix, a simple version. Because the manager wants to see nice and fancy graphs, fancy color. They don't like a very complex low-level discovery with multiple JavaScript and new developer language and something like that. They only want to see red, nice red, but maybe the gold, the new bronze, something like that in the dashboard, because it's fancy, no? Great graphs, gouge, something like that. But by the way, so as a technician, we bring our experience to do what? Create architecture. It's not so complicated architecture in this case. It's a standard multi-data center architecture with a backend in MySQL, with a replica, and something new. The native Zabbix HA, no? The new high availability application coming directly from Zabbix. And no one say so much for this very cool new feature of Zabbix. Or maybe, yes, someone say something, but it's very important to know that now in 6.0, we are able to create such complex environment. Why it's complex? Because there is no layer 2 connection between the data center. Before, when we are using the chorusing and the old legacy way to achieve high availability for Unix application, we need to have a multicast and UDP and some other specific requirement to achieve this kind of configuration. And now, using only TCP, so layer 3, we are able to create a native high availability application directly with our Zabbix server. So it brings some new opportunity in multiple environments, like cloud environment, Kubernetes, and so on and so forth. Not so many, also Zabbix explains so well the opportunity that we can have using this specific new feature. And other important stuff from our point of view is to manage the third data center. Most of the time, it's the basic requirement for financial institute, the disaster recovery site, because usually they have a high availability site, but in some specific scenario, they require a disaster recovery. Disaster recovery can be made with a multiple solution because the core of Zabbix in the end is the database. Is the core and also the problem of Zabbix. Because if you don't create a good database, or at least you don't think so much how you can distribute the information between the three nodes, you can have multiple problems. In this case, we see a dedicated infrastructure based on MySQL. Okay, I don't like so much MySQL, and I started to use Postgres at least 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Why? Because it's completely open source, at least at the moment, because someone in the open source world is changing the licensing, so at the moment Postgres seems to be open source. They provide a lot of good tools around the database. For instance, the high availability tool like called Patroni, and pgbackRest for backupping of the database, and everything is very good quality software, and everything is integrated, and it's very easy to create a complex scenario like this one with a dedicated replica, at least on S3 storage in a remote data center, so it's very fancy solution. But at the moment, in some specific scenario, we see MySQL with the traditional active implementation, the cross. I don't like so much this kind of solution. With a third node with the standard asynchronous replication. So in this case, we cannot do so much. We can only tune the MySQL to provide Zabbix a good database backend. Not so, we cannot do so much. And what we suggest most of the time, we suggest to move all the monitoring stuff directly to the proxy. So our Zabbix server don't do nothing when we talk about data collection. All the data collection will be through the proxy. So we can have one or multiple proxy for data center, and in this way we can distribute the workload. We can have monitoring only the device in the specific data center. So we avoid the communication through one data center to another So the traffic is better to stay in the same location. So the concept of proximity. And also, starting from Zabbix 6.0, the Zabbix proxy is it's able to understand who is the active node. So at the moment, it's very nice what we have in 6.0. And we have all the pieces for a great enterprise monitoring solution, okay? The last part is to provide a Zabbix GUI to the final user. And sometimes it's a problem. It's a problem because if we have 3 data centers, no? 1, 2, 3, with the load balancer on top to this data center, that data center. Good question. Most of the time, I don't have an answer. And we decide to go directly to the IP of data center 1 or data center 2 or at least data center 3. Because there is no the 4th data center that is able to expose the Zabbix interface. By the way, is what we can have sometimes. Another great idea is to avoid the use of Keep Alive. Why? Because Keep Alive is not so fancy from my point of view. It is so vintage. It used the concept of VIP, so virtual IP, and I prefer to go when there is no other option to have a sort of load balancing of the database request from the Zabbix server to the database backend. I strongly suggest to use HA proxy because it's more easy, and also we can use all the communication only in TCP and layer 3. So it's better to stay simple, okay, and avoid the using of the concept of virtual IP from my point of view. Why we cannot use, or maybe we can use also for MySQL, but it's better to use HA proxy with Postgres because HA proxy must know who is the master in the database cluster. And using Patroni, it's easy because Patroni exposes as an endpoint the status of the cluster. So the HA proxy is able to know who is the master very, very easily. With MySQL, we need to work, and maybe could be not so it's easy, but not so nice implementation. And okay, after we create the architecture, we need to start to monitoring the infrastructure of the customer, and we must collect the information from the customer, and it's not completely easy. Most of the time, the customer does not know who is important, or maybe they know who is important, but they don't know how to achieve this specific monitoring, or why automatically this application is working. Is working. Why? I don't know. So we need to dig around, and we need to start to analyze and organize all the work and also all the information that is coming from the customer. Because when you start a new project, could be a mess. We start project that supposed to be finished in a few months, and after a few weeks, we discover that the customer does not know so much, the information are not so clear, and the project goes through the months, and we need to close in some way. So keep in mind, collect every information if it's possible, try to analyze starting from the first request of the customer, and In some case, for instance, in this case, we have used the concept of cumulative host to represent the services. Because in some cases, the services could be a complex scenario. No, Wolfgang have created a great application to show the complexity of a big scenario with a great graphical tool. Very nice work. And when we need to achieve this, some simple scenario of monitoring as the services, it could be useful to use the new Zabbix 6.0 aggregated or calculated items, no? With the for each and aggregate for each or something like that. Why? Because we can use the concept of the tags inside the items that is new starting from Zabbix 6.0, and we can summarize or we can create what do you want, because Zabbix have a multiple function. And using this concept of cumulative host, we can represent the status of all the service for this specific host. Triggers, okay, a big topic, because triggers is something very important, because sometimes we have a customer that have 100,000 of trigger every day in problem status. Why? Because there are problems, but they don't fix the problem. So every day is a new day with new problems. Why we need to keep attention on the triggers? Because Zabbix can be can be slow in some specific scenario. So it's better to limit the number of active trigger. Also, the dashboard is not able to show so many problems. And I strongly suggest to analyze and try to tune very, very well the creation of the problems inside your infrastructure. And also to discuss with the customer. No? Keep in mind, discuss with the customer, try to arrange a sort of a deal on when we have a problem for this specific application, because also the customer is not able to understand when there is a problem. So you must help the customer to identify the point where probably you can have a problem inside your infrastructure. And last, because can be very useful, the maps. Sometimes for big, complex architecture or service, it's very useful to create a maps. It's something that is out of the box since, I think, Zabbix 2. something. And is not so fancy, but can be powerful if you use the right color, the right icons for representing, to represent the customer needs. And in this case, the maps can be your tool also to show how the information is going through maybe multiple services, because you can create some concept of fake icons that can change the color based on the trigger status, and in this way you can create also some nice representation of the flow of the data or how it works the service. And something new, the gouge here is coming from a dedicated custom development. Why? Because a few years ago, Zabbix opened the door to the customization with the front-end modules. So we can extend easily, okay, not so easily, but we can extend the Zabbix front-end. In this case, the customer wants to have the gouge, the concept of the gouge that we can see at least in 7.0 in Zabbix. But they want to use now. So we must redesign and create a custom module And when you create a custom module, please, I don't want to say it's easy, but in this case, we try to create a sort of JSON file with all the customization needed inside this module. So we don't need to recode something to change, I don't know, the host group ID or the tags that represents these specific graphs or something else. So put all your information in a dedicated JSON or what you want. At least it's very useful to have a JSON because it's easy to manage. And the game is done, because everything is provided directly inside the modules, okay? So I strongly suggest to look to the Zabbix module, what we have now, because in 7.0 we can use the widget modules, and we can extend also the widgets. We are starting to use some new widgets inside Quadrata, because we want to extend the concept of representation of the information inside Zabbix. Now, keep in mind, if we want to monitor something in Zabbix, at the moment we only are able to see the real-time data in the latest data page. The latest data page is a sort of big Excel with row, column, and the customer does not like so much this approach because it's not easy to look, it's not easy to understand what kind of metrics are, and it's better to provide a graphical page that represents the object that we want to monitoring. So if we are monitoring an operating system, I want to see a space with all, the CPU status, the availability, the available RAM, the file system, and the mount point of the host, the network interface, but everything in a dedicated page, all in a single page, like single pane of glass that we probably see in 7.0 for all the Zabbix server. So, what is missed inside the maps, and what are some very cool features that we can have in Zabbix? this one is very old request and is related to the feature to have multiple links between the objects inside the maps. Why? Because multiple times you need to show a router with multiple connection coming from different operators, but Zabbix it's able to show at least one link per object. I cannot have multiple links with maybe some real-time information that go through the lane. And the only way is to create a fake icon with a blank image. So keep in mind Zabbix to do something related to this kind of problem. So why I discuss so much and why I don't speak about financial institute? So how I start with so huge a number of words and I don't say nothing because I don't have the permission to speak and tell you our job in the bank. So sorry for a huge amount of words without a real correlation, but I need to spend 30 minutes to say something. So thank you very much. If you have some question, I'm here. See you later. Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah. I can go?
Nope.
Okay.
Just some questions. One of the questions would be, so from your topology picture, it looks like that standby Zabbix server always communicates with a standby database. So how do you make the database fall over together with Zabbix server?
Also. Okay, first of all, is a fake image, so something to spend some time to say something. But in reality, we suggest to create before Postgres as a sort of backup of the main database in a different site, and nothing more. So we send the data in a synchronous way. And when you need to start the disaster recovery site, you can start the database when you want. And maybe you can do it some tests every week to check the data inside the database, integrity of the data.
Yep, that will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you. So guys, don't forget, use the hashtag Zabbix Summit 2023. Well, also don't forget to visit our sponsors booths. And you can see that I have a pretty nice vest here, right? Yeah, you can find this and many more on the merch table here, right by the side of this entrance, the entrance in the front. Let's see, for those that have subscribed for the exams tomorrow, it will be happening on the Epsilon room, okay, at 8:30 in the morning. So just for those that subscribe. We also will be having workshops at the same time, at the same moment, 8:30. And if you didn't subscribe to any workshop, there is still time, okay? You can still subscribe to any of those workshops that we have here. You can do this on the link that you received on your email by October 4th. And yeah, these are the rooms that you find. The Beta 1, Beta 2, and Gamma are right across the corridor, on the living here, right across the corridor. And the Sigma room is here, leaving this room at the left. Okay? So we will be having the custom widget creation in Zabbix 7.0 with Andres Versa, database monitoring with Zabbix with Edgar Melveres, LLD and host prototypes with Brian Van Buykel, and stream your data with Steve Destivelle. Banana. Okay, I think that's it for now. We'll have a quick break of 30 minutes, and we'll be right back. Enjoy the party, enjoy the merch, the booth, and don't forget, we still have the chocolates with prizes. So go over to the testimonial booth and share your experience with Zabbix. Okay? Thank you.
We're back with a few more live stream interviews, and I'm talking now to Christina Lamberts, head of training, and I've got just a couple of questions for her. And first and foremost, so do you feel that the demand for training is changing?
Oh, yes, certainly. We believe that really many years ago, Zabbix was just this tool for the technical dudes who knew everything around monitoring and stuff. So we really believe that nowadays the user base is expanding and we have new and new users joining the community, starting fresh without prior knowledge. So we have to keep it in mind when we create anything new for the community.
Okay, great. And how does being here with the community help you when it comes to creating training materials?
Oh, that is something that we are really looking forward to. Like you know, we have the LTS versions that are coming out once every 1.5 years or 2 years. And being here in this event that is running once a year, we always get the feedback about what we are providing. So we know what we can do better to better fit the need of the people who are actually using this training to get ahead of their game, to be better at their work and bring the benefit to their company, because it always comes down to the company.
That's great. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
and
you.
Goodbye. All right. And we'll talk now to Dimitri Bellini. All right. Hello. So, as I just said, I'm here with Dimitri Bellini. Yes, from Quadrata, and I've just got a couple of quick questions for you. So, first of all, how did you first become acquainted with the use of Zabbix in financial institutions?
It was a complex journey because we started 10 years ago because in Italy they need some specific custom checks. The custom checks was not so easy with traditional closed source, and Zabbix can be the right tool to achieve the specific customer requirements. So the customizable way of Zabbix is the perfect choice for a financial institute.
All right, and because you're fresh from the stage, where you just gave a great presentation, you're welcome. I'd like to ask you, so what's the most important takeaway that you'd like everybody to remember from your speech?
Every day is a new challenge, so be prepared to fix everything, also maybe using Zabbix. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right, we're coming over here now. Okay. Hello. Here now with Steve Destivelle from IZI-IT. Yes. So, Steve, you're an open source evangelist from France, and you've attended a lot of Zabbix summits over the years, right? What's your favorite part about summits?
Oh, summit, and I'd like to rectify something. I'm not an open source evangelist, Zabbix evangelist, yes.
Okay.
This question is very difficult because there is many parts that people could enjoy during the summit, like going to technical meeting, meet people, enjoy the food and other stuff like that. So we have different aspects that everyone could enjoy and share. So I don't have a mind about that.
Okay, great, thank you. On the stage, so you give a lot of valuable.
Yes, but I think that this one. Because I'm going on the stage after the
yes, I know. Yeah, so, but you give a lot of information to Zabbix beginners, right? And so, as an expert yourself, how do you put yourself in the shoes of a beginner when it's time to present?
Because I begin as a beginner 15 years ago. I don't know what is Zabbix, and I begin using Zabbix for the monitoring. And yes, I've learned and do some mistakes like beginners will do, and so I improve, read the documentation, come to the community, ask a question, and that's how you became an expert after many years of utilization of Zabbix, of question to ask to the community member and even to Zabbix.
That's great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. Okay. Okay, ready? Okay, so I'm speaking now with Luciano Alves, and I've just got a couple of quick questions for you. So you're the CEO of Zabbix Latam, of course. What's new for Zabbix Latam this year?
Yeah, this year we opened in a Mexico office, you know about that, and of course the business are growing. We started the business 3 years ago in the office in Brazil, and right now you are growing the team, we are growing the office and growing the business.
Okay, great. And you've attended every Zabbix Summit since the beginning, right? Is there anything special or anything in particular that you love about this event so much?
I think talking about monitoring things, talking about observability and then Zabbix, it's a place to stay every year because you can share a lot of experience and of course we met a lot of friends here. Every year we met a lot of friends here.
That's great. That's nice to hear. And we all know that the Zabbix Latam community is one of the most active ones in the world, right? So why do you think that is?
So you know that Zabbix as a tool is there in Latin countries since 2005, 2006, and we start a good job in community with the community members, and we start a good job there in academy universities to teach how to use Zabbix. And now I think our community grow a lot because people knows about the Zabbix a lot. And Zabbix is an open source tool. It's very easy to start to using Zabbix. And when we talk there in Latin, we are democratizing the technology. I mean, it's easier to start. I think because that it's a good, you have a good community members there. And of course, you have a passionate communities in Brazil.
That's nice to hear too. So at the end of November, you're gearing up for another huge event. So Zabbix Forum Mexico, right? Yeah. What should we expect from that event?
Yeah, the Zabbix forums are different kind of events. We just, we do not talk just about technical things. We talk a lot about business, how Zabbix are aggregating value to the business. And of course, we have a lot of kind of events. And Zabbix forums, we talk about aggregate value and business. What we expect, a lot of new experience from other industries. I mean, we are talking about financial companies, we are talking about MSPs, we are talking about government companies, how they are using Zabbix, and of course, taking advantage of our tool.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Bye. All right. Moving right along. So I'm here now with Marianna Portela from Globo. Sorry, 1 second. I've just got to find your question.
Take your time.
Okay. There we are. Okay, so I'm here with Marianna from Globo, and so the first question that I've got for you is, so as an 11-year veteran of monitoring at Globo, so what are some of the biggest technological challenges that you've seen in that time?
I guess when you move to cloud in a cloud-native way and start to use microservice, it's really challenging because it's a mindset changing, so you have to collect data in a different way and also analyze this data in a different way too.
Okay, that makes sense. What's the biggest live event infrastructure monitoring challenge that you've dealt with?
Well, it's a difficult question, but I guess the elections in Brazil, because in Brazil the results came out at the same time, so people keep following the numbers, and you have to keep it updated at minute to minute, you know. I guess the elections are the biggest challenge on live events.
Okay. And I know that two big events for Globo are the World Cup and the Olympics. And what are some similarities and differences between monitoring those two events?
Well, we have to keep working, all things working on the both events because we have a huge audience there. Olympics, we just have one city to cover, but at the other side, we have a lot of games happen at the same time. You have to handle a lot of statistics. Workup, it's a national passion in Brazil, so we also are streaming the games on j1.com or globo.com, so we have a lot of channels that we have to cover.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Bye. All right, that concludes our interviews for this segment. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Come on, let's take run, people, run inside. Okay, let's get back to business. Well, before we continue with the presentations, I'd like to say once again thank you to all of you, and a special thank you to our sponsors, our diamond sponsor, initMAX. Please, a round of applause for our sponsors. Platinum sponsor, IntelliTrend. Platinum sponsor, IZI-IT. Platinum sponsor, Quadrata. Gold sponsor, Alenta. Gold sponsor, Opensource ICT Solutions. Gold sponsor, Docomo Business NTT Communications. And gold sponsor, Metricio. Hey. Okay, so next thing that I want to talk about is about today's party. After the end of the presentations, we are going to have our party starting at 7 p.m. You can see here. You can also check the QR code for more information. It's happening on the Railroad Museum, right across the bridge. If you don't know Riga, we are going by foot. Hopefully it's not raining and it's not too cold. And okay, I think that's it for these announcements. Let's continue with our presentations. The next guy is what we call an evangelist. What is an evangelist? Is the person that spread the word. So he's spreading the word of Zabbix across his country, across the continent, and he's a really capable person. You notice it. So just a second. Yep. Sometimes we have Zabbix being administrated by a few people, and a lot of people don't know the full potential of Zabbix. And with this evangelist of today, we're going to check more of the functionalities of Zabbix. So please, warm welcome to Steve Destivelle from IZI-IT.
Yes, I know that it's a little embarrassing. I told my wife that maybe Vista is too much, but that's all. Before we begin, I need to do things because I'm dressed like that, and I have many people in this room. So I wanted to make a picture with you, if you permit. Thank you. So I will put that in my pockets, and we will continue. So maybe in your mind, you say that I'm lose 100% of credibility, but I will show you during this presentation that you're completely wrong. And you will understand, I hope that you will understand why I'm like that, and I will show you how to level up your monitoring as an experienced Zabbix beginner, okay? It will, how to help you. Sorry, I don't have the click button, okay. Thank you, Alexei. So welcome to the Summit 2023. Maybe this is the first one for you, and welcome, and I hope that you see technical things interesting, you meet incredible, interesting people, so that's why we, and thanks Alexei and the Zabbix team for the Summit, that's why the Summit takes place. So I will show you, I will try to help you to become an expert, not in 30 minutes, of course, but because Zabbix is so powerful, it can do a lot of things. As you may know, Zabbix is completely free, open source, as I said. So I will try to cover what is the basic things that you should learn and what you have to do to become an expert. So everything begins with Zabbix. As you can see, I am at the start. I am a baby giraffe, so I will begin my journey. So there are three components, three major components. Zabbix server. Maybe you know that Zabbix server. What is the role of Zabbix server? Did you know? No? Even one person? Ooh, No, okay. So Zabbix server is responsible of inserting the data collected by the proxy, by the agent in the database. So this is the brain of the solution, and it could also send notification and evaluate the data collected compared to the trigger that you set up in Zabbix, in the front end, of course. The Zabbix database is the second, or maybe the first main component, because it will store all the configuration and all data, historical data and trends data. So you have many tables in Zabbix database, more than 173, I think. And you have 5 major tables for historical data and 2 tables for trends data. That's all that in these tables, you will keep all the information, all the important information regarding the collect, regarding the graph that you want to have in the front end. And the Zabbix proxy is like the Zabbix server, but he has no intelligence. He's not capable of writing the main database because the proxy got a database, but is the relay between the agent and the Zabbix server. Okay? And to continue this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I need my friend from initMAX. 4 persons, please. initMAX, come on the stage. And we will show you the flow. Okay, applause them, please. And you will use, of course, banana. Okay? So you will be the server, the database,
Thank you.
the proxy, and the agent. Okay? So if I show you the flow of the collected data, I have the server. I am the front end, so you configure an item, triggers, and so on. I will talk to the server, okay? You have to do this, my friend, okay? And he will insert the data in the database. So database, you should, okay, server, no, stay behind. Database is almost behind the server. You will pass the information to the database to store the data. The proxy, active or passive mode, it depends. You will be what? An active proxy or passive proxy?
Maybe active.
Active one? Yeah. Okay, so active one, he will catch information from the Zabbix server. Hop, this is the data. No, you are the database. Oh. Server? No, this is the server. Proxy, hop, configuration. Yep. And the agent, active or proxy, the same things. If you are active, you will catch the information from the proxy, okay? Understand? And if you are in a passive mode, where we are an agent in a passive mode, the proxy will prepare. Okay, what is the data? I will ask for a key, and it will return a result to me, okay? Ah, yes. So this is the flow. Thank you, guys. Thank you. If you want to put the banana right there. So this is the basic of Zabbix, okay? We have the front end, the server, database, proxy, and agent, and everything is working together. Not like these guys because they don't know how to work together. So you have to learn how to install Zabbix agent because there are several systems, operating system, version, Windows, Linux, HP UX, Solaris, and so on. So you have to learn the installation of the agent. Agent 1, agent 2, you say maybe agent 2 is not the replacement of agent 1. It's just a major Zabbix agent with a lot of power and plugins. And I think that maybe in the roadmap, Zabbix agent 2 will improve a lot. So we will see. Zabbix agent and Zabbix proxy. You have to learn how they work to retrieve the data, because proxy is capable also of collected data from, for example, SNMP device. So you need to use Zabbix proxy to collect this data. And also, if you have a distributed environment to collect the agent far away from your Zabbix server, for example, to avoid latency on the network and so on, okay? After that, you need to focus on host and host group because host, it's not complicated. This is a device that you want to monitor, an agent Zabbix, a network device, for example. But regarding the host group, you have to make a reflection on how to create the host group, because this is a vision essential, a component essential in your front end, in your structure. You need to align your host group like the group that you have in your company. Okay, the structure of your company should be the reflect of the structure of the host group. And thanks for the nested host group that we have, now we can easily manage host group with inheritance and so on. Okay, so once you get that, you have make a reflection about host group. You're ready to go for the items, dependencies, and triggers. And thanks to the previous speakers, because I think that this is a resume of the previous speak that you have, that you see previously. The item is capable of collect. Dependencies between the triggers to avoid a lot of alert. Thanks Rihards for that, to avoid the alert fatigue. And the triggers to also make usage of the function, the correct function, instead of using last function, for example, you use min, max with a value or a number of collected value. That's how you learn about Zabbix. That's how you learn about the basic of Zabbix. And we have also our little minion, our little companion, the templates. Templates simplify the configuration that you have. You will create several templates because you want to monitor in several ways your device. So the templates will easily provide you, easily assist you to deploy this monitoring on a multiple host, okay? So you have normally the same thing on the same host. But sometimes there is one component that does not act like the others. After that, you need to set up action and notification, thanks to the webhook to add more values to Zabbix, because now we're able to create some tickets native in ServiceNow, in GLPI, over ITSM solution. We could also send an email, send notification to WhatsApp, Teams, okay, natively with Zabbix. So use data collection, templates, action, notification, and after, you need to create dashboard, because this is a essential part of representation, the data that you have in your database, in your Zabbix database, with the front end. And thanks to the, we will see, 7.0 version of Zabbix, the next LTS, that give us a lot of improvement regarding usability, regarding widget also, because we have charts, gauge, pie, donuts that will improve our life, that will give a new vision of our dashboard, okay? And after that, you will be able to use this dashboard in reporting, in on the television, for example, that you put on a desk or on a TV. And after that, how to become an expert. How to be at my level. Did you catch it? I am the giraffe. This is the giraffe. Okay. So how to be higher, how to know a lot about Zabbix like me. Custom monitoring. We have a talk previously about from initMAX, and thanks, this was very, very interesting, guys. So you have to master item function, item script, for example, using JavaScript preprocessing to be able to do like this guy, to say that, okay, Zabbix is capable of all. You can not say, I'm not be able to do that with Zabbix. Okay, Zabbix is a very, very modern tool and usable tool that you could make up and down and so on. And after that, you will be able to monitor your your device, your application that you need. Okay. Things after that of create your own templates, because Zabbix community, we have zabbix.com/integration. There is a lot of templates. Maybe you know about it. Zabbix community templates was also merged with that. But if you want to create your own templates, you need, of course, to master the basic of item, triggers, and so on, to be able after that to create your own custom. Because when we are giving some training, some Zabbix training, we have this instruction to say, this is normal things, that do not keep an item, even if it is an item that you don't use on one host. But if you are not using this item on several hosts, 100 hosts, for example, 1,000 hosts, it will be one item, 100, 1,000. So it will you will have to take care of your configuration cache, for example, your backup, everything else. So create your own templates to avoid these things. And thanks for the master and dependent item. This is a new functionality of Zabbix since Zabbix 5, I mean, maybe 4.4, I don't remember exactly. You could interact with your application one time and then gather data for several and several dependent items. So I think that this is the next part, the next step to master Zabbix and become an expert. And also, I'm sorry for that. I'm very, very sorry. You need to, of course, to master the banana. So, banana. Banana. Okay? So, if you were there the last year, are you ready? Banana! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. After that, you need to, of course, because your infrastructure, your Zabbix instance will be production ready, will grow a lot, because if you've done and you learn how to engage with Zabbix, how to use, many people, other departments will say, okay, you show us that Zabbix is really reliable, we could use Zabbix. Okay, help me to do that, help me to integrate another environment in Zabbix. So you have to learn how to optimize performance, because the main things I said, this is not a Zabbix server, but a database. You need to learn how to optimize the database. For example, by using timescale.db, for example, usage of partitioning if you are in MySQL, MariaDB. Okay, do these things, it will avoid you a lot of trouble regarding the database and the response time of the database. Scaling, we are waiting for Zabbix 7.0 to have the vertical scaling because of the utilization of the pooler and the different process that Alexei showed us in the morning, and horizontally because of the proxy. If you use some proxy, you will be able to split the load on several proxies, okay? If you are monitoring a large infrastructure. And also master the capabilities of the processing. You will be able, to transform your data, to extract the data that you need, and take advantage of this extraction to register in the database the right thing, okay? Avoid the user parameter with pipe awk, pipe grep, and so on. Use this preprocessing step in Zabbix instead of using user parameter, like we said previously regarding the timeout of your script. So put all your data in Zabbix, and Zabbix will work to do the preprocessing after that. Regarding automation and integration, there is also, Zabbix is capable to do some automation and integration. Automation, because what you have to use, for example, Zabbix script and Zabbix action to automate some things. For example, if you want to do automatic remediation, with Zabbix agent or with something else. For example, Dimitri, if I say Rundeck, will be very happy with that. You have to speak fluently Zabbix API, because Zabbix API, you could do everything with Zabbix API. If you remember, there are almost 273 methods in Zabbix. All things that you are done with your mouse, you could do it with API. I think that there is, just for the maintenance, we are not able at this moment to retrieve the status of the maintenance. Maybe if there is some Zabbix developer, it could be Zabbix Next to have the capabilities to retrieve the status of the maintenance with the API. But focus on Zabbix API, using Python, using PowerShell if you want, using some script, because it will help you to understand how Zabbix works and help you to improve regarding scripting language, for example. So you will learn a lot. And regarding integration with other tools, we have real-time export, for example. We have also native connector for Zabbix. I give a workshop tomorrow morning, if you want, regarding the streaming event with Zabbix to another solution. So feel free to register if you want. Can I have an estimation of who will attend to this workshop? If you put your hand in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. OK, we will make a breakfast. And for sure, I will not be dressed like that, OK? And once you master all these things, automation, integration, templates, and so on, you will make monitoring platform easy to use, OK? Regarding security and access management, Alexei told this morning that, yes, we have implemented security everywhere in Zabbix to protect your database, to protect communication between Zabbix agent, Zabbix proxy, between Zabbix proxy and Zabbix server. If you want to protect your front end, you have to use HTTPS, your own certificate, for example. But you could secure Zabbix even with to protect the key, the item that you want to use, or deny to use on the Zabbix agent, for example. So Zabbix is very secure, and once again, Alexei said that they have this external audit to prove that, okay, Zabbix is very focused on security. Usage on user and user role, because we talked previously about the host group to copy the structure of your Active Directory, for example, or your internal organization. But after that, you have to manage with this host group the permission for the user. Are they able to see the config menu? Are they able to see the maintenance period? Are they able to administrate the user, create some host group? Okay. If you take a look at the 6.4 menu, there are some modifications, some new features regarding the menu. I think that this is to give us a better way to improve security, to improve permission management with Zabbix and the user roles. And after that, became a Zabbix expert is also advanced monitoring. For example, master the discovery of your network, of your device, for example. If you are able to do that and to manage, detect quickly the different devices that you have on your network, thanks to Zabbix discovery rules for that. Okay, you could put, okay, I will create a new discovery rule based on ping, based on SNMP system description OID, for example, and you will manage automatically your infrastructure, your network infrastructure, okay? And thanks also for the new trigger function to be able to provide us some data analysis. This is not the future. We are not in the AI area, but it begins because we have some trend prediction, trend function, for example. I don't remember who was talking about I think that the guy from the same bank, sorry if I missed you, but you have introduced this function. We have also function based on the data that you have in trend to show for a long term period what's going on with the data you collect in Zabbix. So master these capabilities, the data analysis, to be sure that you will be able to create some capacity reports and other stuff to estimate, okay, I saw that in the past we have these things happen, and I will ask Zabbix how in the future it could happen or not. I think that number slide is completely wrong because there is an error, I think. In conclusion, Zabbix is a very powerful and flexible solution, third-party integration, API. You could split all the components on several machines if you want. You could also monitor if you have a little infrastructure or if you have a big infrastructure. I speak with someone in this room, and I think that maybe next year we'll talk about his infrastructure. He's able to monitor more than 80,000 on-device based on Zabbix. Okay, what's your use data? So, of course, starting with Zabbix, we need to begin as a baby, and you will grow fast. Because if you remember what you've learned, if you try every day, okay, to try, to fall, and you rise up and do it one more time, you will be able to learn some new things. And of course, because of Zabbix, we have a huge community from Brazil to Asia to Europe. We have several communities in the world, so you could interact also with the Zabbix team if you want to learn some new things. Go to Zabbix webinar and so on to learn new things. In a resume, maybe you have in mind that Zabbix is a solution, but it's not the solution to your problem. This is a tool to guide you, to help you to resolve your problem, okay? Keep in mind that Zabbix is a tool, not the main solution. If you are unable to do these things with another tool, Zabbix will not help you. It is a tool that you have to learn to be sure that it will help you to resolve your problem, okay? So I speak a lot. I did not introduce myself, neither my company. So we are IZI-IT, a French partner since 6 years, and maybe more than 6 years. I'm still Destivelle, CEO of Zabbix company, sorry. Of IZI-IT. Yes, CEO is dressing like that, yes, sorry. But if I could take an advantage, because being off the stage and say one more time, show my love to Zabbix one more time, because it's because of you guys that today I could say that we are the biggest integrator in France, focus mainly on Zabbix. We have 10 people doing Zabbix every day, only Zabbix every day, and this is because of Zabbix, and so many thanks for that. So if you want to learn more about us, we have a booth. We have also some goodies if you want. I could make a dance for you if you want, okay? We will see later, okay? So if you are a member of the French-speaking community, join us on Discord, join us on the French part of the Zabbix forum, Zabbix official forum. Join the Mainon, and don't forget, level up your monitoring, enjoy, and love banana. Thank you.
Banana!
So now, oh, sorry, I could have the screen, please, one more time. Our logo is the head of the giraffe, because in the giraffe, it's the taller animal that you can see, and this animal look around, like the monitoring, and be able to anticipate every problem. That's why I use this gist, and that's why we have this logo. Thanks. Are you ready?
Thank you, Steve. So, pretty cute. Thank you, Steve. That's amazing. You bring the fun to the party. Well, most of you already know Zabbix, right? You have heard about it? Well, the next presentation will talk a little more about the behind the scenes of Zabbix. What's going on? From why, how, and when are we delivering Zabbix? What is the process? Where, how we started, where are we, and where are we going to? So this behind the scenes is going to be presented by a colleague of mine from the C development team. Please welcome Juris Lambda.
Green for awesome, amazing. Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the summit as annually happening. It's nice to see all your faces again. And I would like to start off by explaining what product delivery is within Zabbix. Pardon, reset. First off, who am I? I am an ex-employee of Zabbix who has returned after roughly a 10-year hiatus. I work as a developer. I work on your favorite components, which are the agent, the proxy, and the server, which make this whole monitoring thing tick. And sometimes I put on different hats throughout the day, and one of them is product delivery, which is the topic we'll be covering here today. I consider the Zabbix to just generally be a very good, a very educating product because of how many other systems it interacts with, as well as Zabbix, the company, being a great work environment where I get to work with very experienced other developers and learn continuously. With this talk today, I would like to cover the following. What product delivery is and what are the objectives it sets out to achieve. What the motivating factors are for engaging in product delivery as a company. We will also slightly go back in time and look at how product delivery even started within Zabbix as a company. See what the current state of of product delivery within Zabbix is, and how far we've come from the beginning of it. And finally, a slight glimpse into what the future, in the short term at least, holds for us and what we can expect. Brief disclaimer, some of these topics may appear or be out of order, but bear with me here. This will eventually make sense, I hope. If not, you'll have the Q&A section of this talk at the very end of it, and if you can't manage to get your question in, just walk up to me, catch me, and I will try and answer all your questions to the best of my ability. So, to make this a little bit of an interactive, to wake you all up, a quick show of hands, who's familiar with this page? Excellent, a lot of you, great. Another question and a show of hands of who builds Zabbix from source? A lot less hands, but those that did pull them up, why? Are you like developers? Are you secretly holding onto forks and maintaining them? What's going on there? Because we have a lot of other options of obtaining Zabbix than just beyond building from source. So product delivery, I would like to first off establish what is product delivery. And what I personally, at least, consider the key objectives that it strives to achieve. If you search the greater World Wide Web, you will come across a couple of definitions that generally try and describe the same key points. Albeit, in my opinion, sometimes they may be stretched outside of just the norms of pure product delivery to encompass some related processes, but the gist is the same. So I would like to offer a slim and simple definition of what product delivery is. Product delivery is the process of preparing and shipping a product to end users. Obviously, we can't go along just with this general definition, so I would like to append some quantifiers to that. Product delivery should ship a product that is readily consumable, it lends itself to reuse, it meets established criteria of quality, and maybe the most important one, it becomes available in a timely manner. For the readily consumable part, it is the best to our all benefit that we don't have to perform additional steps as the end user just to get off the ground and get it running, right? For the part of reuse, it would also not be great if we would have to create these unique artifacts that for every individual case of environment that we want to deploy in. We would much rather prefer to have one artifact built once for a particular environment type and just reuse all of that. Regarding the quality criteria, it would be most obvious to everyone that there's no point in just obtaining it, using it, starting to run it, just to find out that it doesn't work. And the final point being that no one would benefit if a release occurs, but the product is shipped to you 6 months later or a year later, and you can't take advantage of any of the features that have been implemented, which also on the development side of things would simply slow us down in understanding what the issues are, if any, that in the products that we've already delivered, and what are the use cases of users in their environments that would help us improve the product further. But, and Juris, I can hear you thinking, why do any of this? Just bring your own compiler, build it yourself. And I would like to, this portion of the talk, to address that question and argue for an actual necessity for this effort. So first of all, I believe the main goal of all of this, of product delivery, to be to make in the context of Zabbix and just generally any product, to make it more easily accessible to any end user. So it doesn't require additional work for the user to make it work when their original objective and goal is completely different, which is the functionality that the product provides. This is because, additionally, this is also because not all users are simply comfortable or even able to build their own software. And, sorry, repeat slide, pardon. Additionally, not all, Zabbix is a relatively complex product that provides a lot of features, and a lot of them are optional, which leads to these features rely on third-party software, which leads to a multitude of build configurations that simply won't work in all build environments. And it's just a waste of time and effort for everyone to be doing this themselves anyway. Why can't we just build once and then be nice to each other and share? Following on from that point, not all users are capable or even willing to, or for any other reason, able to create reusable deployment artifacts themselves. They can then deploy onto their environments to simplify the work for them. And not really everyone has the time to do any of this. This is not the original objective. The objective is to monitor your infrastructure. The following motivating point for product delivery is establishing a trusted source of assets. I would like to include under this banner both the security and quality of the software. Because the question is, did Kevin, who built this agent, gave it to me online, sent it in an archive file over email, did he backdoor it? And did sysop Bob enable all of the features in this particular build of the server? If I want to upgrade my current deployment, do I really have a guarantee that all of the features that I've been enjoying thus far are going to be working as we move along by redeploying Zabbix? These are not really the questions that the end user should be concerning themselves with, because again, their original goal is just to make use of the product and monitor their infrastructure. From a development and support standpoint, it also eases our work. It helps us to help you when we know what the asset is, what its configuration is, and we have some sort of baseline understanding of what to expect in behavior from the deployed asset in its operation. Because if everyone's homebrewing their own special little builds of these assets, we have no guarantees or no solid baseline to move onwards from to understand what the potential issues are once we face them. It is much harder and more time-consuming to try and help a user that may be experiencing a novel bug, or maybe that is the expected behavior because the configuration is simply different. Reproducing custom builds is not really possible at times as well, and the creator of the original asset that is exposing this odd behavior that we can't determine to be correct or incorrect may not have that configuration handy anymore, so that just goes out the window immediately there. We also want to provide all the features to all the users, regardless of their choice of operating system or hardware platform, simply for the fact that we don't want to log them into a specific computing environment or a set of options, which is sometimes simply impossible because of the investment that has already been performed prior to this. We try and do this to the extent that it is feasible, because not all platforms, not all environments are the same, not all of them provide the same features. And the big exception to this rule really is the server component on Windows, but that is a separate discussion that we will not be addressing within this talk. And with that, I would like to then transition to the portion of a brief history overview of how product delivery even is started to occur in Zabbix, why the company, where it appeared in the company, and who are the key individuals that I would like to give shout-outs to that have contributed to this effort immensely. In 2007, the first package appeared. This was an RPM spec written by Kodai Terashima around the 1.4 release, which initially targeted Red Hat Enterprise Linux and CentOS systems. He did this purely for his own benefit. Debian packages and targeting Debian and its derivatives soon followed. And around the 1.8 release, this became the basis for serving our own packages. In 2009, Zabbix starts to hosting its own repositories for packages, which are still in use today by millions of people every year, instead of relying on downstream distributions to do that work for us. One of the key motivating factors here is purely the release cycle and speeds at which distributions do this. It often takes up to 6 to 12 months, depending on the case, purely to get the package out. And by the time it arrives in users' hands, we've already done a couple, at least a few releases, let's put it that way. This is then followed by, in 2016, by Alexei Vladishev, a support engineer that still works at Zabbix today, at his own volition, purely creating containerized container images for his own use. This then, very quickly, a release cycle is established, and these have become quickly the official container images that we are still producing almost on a daily basis till this day. In 2017, after 8 years of maintaining the release management cycle for packages, Kodai attempts to hand over this effort to Vladimir Leviev. Some of you may know him as Dimir, who then, for roughly the next year, tries to get a grasp of this, and it takes about a year for him to fully take over this effort. During that time, in the span of 15 months, the 3.2 release has 11-point releases delivered, and this is all thanks to him. Producing a release at this point is still hard. It is time-consuming. It happens slowly. Things are being built on virtual machines that are slow, and the process is not really that refined, which introducing any error is a heavy setback, both in time and resource sense of the word. Upgrades from previous releases in terms of packages also is a major cause of issues at this point. But then in 2019, Yuri Klipovsky joins the team and starts helping Dimir, eventually taking over. And improvements from this point on quickly follow. In 2022, I return, and I try to mitigate the buzz factor of Yuri being really the only product delivery engineer that we had. I help on here and there, but generally Yuri is your key individual that does the major parts of this effort. So what is the current state of affairs? So the number of releases has steadily been growing year over year. 2023 is now the first year that we've managed to deliver over 100 releases of Zabbix and its components. This includes both alphas, betas, and the release candidates. 2022 came close. I believe it was short by about 2 releases to hit the 3-digit numbers, but we've gotten there. Build times have significantly shortened. If during the previous efforts this took about 8 hours, we've cut that time down to about 30 minutes per platform. New hardware platform support is also showing up. If anyone follows the ARM portions of this, then ARM64 support has been introduced. Previously, this occurred on a stack of Raspberry Pis that was very slow, very hard to work with, but now we have dedicated hardware to pump out these releases as quick as we can. We are currently committing to building Zabbix in the target environment that it will be operating in. So if you've been following Linux distribution news over the past year at least, many of you probably have heard that Red Hat have decided to place Red Hat copyrighted code behind a paywall. This has caused quite an uproar in the distribution producer community, most notably Rocky, Linux, and Alma. The projects have at this point decided to just provide binary compatibility but not source compatibility with Red Hat. We intend to continue building on Red Hat and both Rocky and Alma, just to deliver a native build of the software for those platforms. With this, I would like to then go on and move into what is the future for us and what can we expect in the short term. More finely grained package verification, which we already do. We always verify that the packages that we produce include all of the necessary assets that need to be delivered, that the standard install, upgrade, and remove workflows work. And this is not all, we don't always hit that target. And if, for those of you that were here the previous year or maybe saw the talk online, there was a talk by Andrew Nelson on automation in Ansible, where he mentioned that a certain package suddenly lost certain files and they moved to a different package, which resulted in the breakage of downstream automation playbooks. This is my fault entirely. This is my fault entirely, and I'm fine with taking the blame for it. But this is how we grow, and we take these issues very seriously. We continue to improve this process so these errors don't occur again. Downgrade support for Debian-based systems, Debian package-based systems has been a pain point for many. We still don't support it, but this is a very high priority issue for us right now, and we intend to address it as soon as we can. As well as over this summer, I personally have been working on introducing a external dependency tracking system within the company to ensure that the assets that we produce don't ship with known issues, and that we have an accountability of how these assets are composed. So for those that may be coming from the hardware world, this roughly translates to having BOMs, that is bills of materials, being shipped alongside the product. This is oftentimes a requirement of institutions of high importance, such as banks and military installations and such, that require to know to the finest detail of what the software they're deploying and using, or just generally the product that they're using is composed of. This is also the reason why we found out about all of those Windows 95 Easter eggs. So in conclusion, end user convenience has always been the strongest driver. The goal here is to reduce the time spent by users not attending their main objective, and I think we're doing a pretty decent job at it. Product delivery additionally also creates a feedback loop for development, as the faster we ship out the product to our users, the quicker we find out about the issues that they are facing, which we personally cannot explore to the extent that our community can. And it builds confidence in the end user, in the product and us as a company, that we deliver a high quality product that they can rely on and not question its functionality. Because at the end of the day, it is our reputation that we place on the line. This is what brings in new users, and that again feeds the process of development for improving the product and understanding users' use cases. I would like to thank you for attending this talk. I would like to thank you for attending Zabbix Summit this year. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them or catch me outside in the hallway. Thank you.
We want to catch you right now for a couple of questions.
Sure.
So one of those will be the most popular one. The Zabbix 5.0 packages, will they ever be available for Debian 12?
I would like to direct this question to my colleague, Yuri Klopowski.
Hi, yeah. I'm the person that Juris mentioned in his presentation. If there's a huge demand, we can do it, I think. So I guess you can open simply a Jira issue and we will do it. So.
And just one more, similar one. So maybe don't go too far. Will there ever be support of ARM 32-bit hardware for older devices? So the packages, so people don't need to compile them.
Yes, again, this is to me. We do support some old 32-bit hardware. We do support old x86 hardware, but we don't really do it for newer distributions. We do support ARM-HF. Again, I guess I can give you the same answer. So if there's a really big need for this, we can do this. But just I want you to know that adding support for new distributions is an extra effort on our part, and also this increased build times for us. So I guess, yeah, if there is a big demand for this, we can do this, yeah.
Thank you. So you got the idea. If you have a really big demand, make sure to create a ZBX NAC, vote everything possible out of it, and we'll make them. Thank you for your answers, guys.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone.
Thank both of you, Yuri and Juris. Okay, so one thing that I really like to repeat to when I'm applying trainings is that I always like to say that Zabbix is a pretty versatile, pretty useful tool. And I usually say that if you are, as a human being, capable of retrieving data from somewhere, then you can just use Zabbix to retrieve it. It can be with the native options that you have, or expanding the utility of Zabbix with scripts and all. And we have an interesting case here with the monitoring of the London Underground. Yeah, so I would like to call to the stage Nathan Liefting from Opensource ICT Solution, our sponsor, and Aidan Mohammed to talk a little more about the implementation of Zabbix to monitor the London Underground. So please, guys, come in. Professor, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our presentation on monitoring the London Underground. My name is Aidan Mohammed. I'm the DevOps manager at Bolden Networks.
And my name is Nathan Liefting. I'm a Zabbix consultant and a Zabbix trainer. I work for Opensource ICT Solutions, where I provide consultancy, training, and anything you might need on Zabbix full-time. As well as some of you might know me from the Zabbix books, which actually I am pleased to announce that we are writing Zabbix 7 already, almost done, waiting on a few more features to finish it up. So that's coming too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I work for Bolden Networks. Bolden Networks is a multi-sited company based out of London. We also have offices in the US, Hong Kong, Italy, UK, and Ireland. We have 6 major transport networks, over 300 neutral host venues, and over 120 small cell assets. We have been awarded the Transport for London, Transport for London has awarded us a concession to build a connectivity network in the London Underground. This will cover 136 station platforms and over 400 kilometers of tunnel, including the emergency services network. With this, we have 10 Edge Delta data centers, base station hotels, we like to call them, strategically placed all over London. We also have 400 kilometers of underground tunnels, including the TfL 6 stations, platforms, over 400 kilometers of tunnel network to allow this whole network to work, basically.
Cool. And then I'll tell you a little bit about the Zabbix installation, because all of this, of course, has to be monitored. So all of those small cells, everything that's in the tunnels, we have to make sure that they are up and running, that the guys at Bolden, their Nokia engineers, their second line, they all need to know about, hey, what's going on with that hardware? We need to keep it up and running. So one of the important decisions in the design we had to make is, of course, high availability. Now we're running this in the cloud, so we have to make a few key decisions. First of all, you might see there's a few load balancers involved. When we're running this on hardware, normally I like to keep them out of that. But to keep things simple, at the bottom you might see we have the Zabbix servers directly connected to the databases. No load balancer there. Cool thing about that is because Zabbix keeps everything in that database, that high availability, the heartbeats, we can make sure that if there is a failover, Zabbix knows, even though they're connecting to one database, and we make sure to do that with the databases in a primary setup using MariaDB and Galera. Web frontends, they don't know which of the databases is online, so they will communicate in the cloud through a load balancer, which will check which database is still running. If there isn't one, it will fail over. And of course, we have a load balancer at the top to make sure that when you are connecting to a front end, you're connected to either one, load balancing the load there, as well as if there is an outage, making sure that we don't have an issue with that. And then within the tunnels, within the base stations specifically, there's also some hardware that has to be monitored. So to do so, we will use proxies. One proxy per base station hotel, where we make sure that we collect the data locally as close to the source as possible. As well as you might see in base station 3 and base station 5 over here, we have 2 proxies. And those 2 proxies are part of a kind of cluster. Because we can make sure, just as was already mentioned by initMAX this morning, we can make sure that we can do a failover between the proxies. So what we do is quite similar, actually. We've been doing this for a few years. We make sure that in the front end we add the tags that we will use in an action when a problem shows up. So you might have a proxy going down, or you might have a virtual IP switching from one proxy to the other. And in those cases, you want to make sure that all of the hosts that are being monitored by that proxy do a failover. And when they do that failover, we also make sure that we reload the configuration cache to make sure that the failover is done within a few, like 30 seconds, maybe up to a minute. So, pretty similar over there. And there's a few more things we actually have to keep in mind. When we are working with so many different devices, it also means that we have to keep things simple, and we aren't just collecting or adding all of these hosts manually. And actually, to do so, we've done a few interesting things. Network equipment is all just hosts being added, so you have your switches, you have your routers, we add them, we do SNMP on them, just like you would expect. But for the cellular network equipment, as well as the cabinets and the optical network equipment, all of that is being sent to a kind of management platform where we have an alert collector. The alert collector will make sure to collect all the alerts, create events from them, and then stream them right into Zabbix with SMP traps.
So this here is a high-level architectural diagram that just shows how everything is kind of laid out. At the bottom, we have our fiber optic cable that runs along the tunnels. This then provides us with commercial mobile services and the emergency services network, as well as providing connectivity to the tunnels and the stations. The fiber then comes up onto ground level and provides connectivity to all the stations, as well as small cells to lampposts, bus shelters, etc. as well as other smart buildings and venues, stadiums, and then that then goes up to the cloud, and then it provides our monitoring services, and our NOC and SOC can then access that information and make sure that everything is working.
All right, so SNMP traps. Like I said, we have quite a few alerts coming in. Thousands and thousands of devices, all sending that to an alert collector. And this is unreadable. We'll go to the next slide in a bit where we can see it a bit better. But the important part here, we have an item. That item is collecting all of the SNMP traps. About all of the alerts on the alert collectors, specifically in this case for the cellular devices. We catch those traps with the regular expression in the key, and then I use 4 triggers, 1 per severity that we would like or that we are able to receive. And we only need that single trigger to create every single alert. Thousands, tens of thousands of alerts coming into Zabbix. How do we do that? Well, we have to use the macro functions. The macro functions are all powerful in this case and super useful to do something like this. Make sure to enable multiple event generation modes, and then we make sure that our trigger name and specifically the event names are going to be dynamic. Now, we have a macro, the item value. The item value will contain the entire SNMP trap that we need. All of the information that we are receiving from the alert collector. So think about where did it happen, specifically what device, what's the path to that device, and what severity, for example. And is it an alert that just started, or did it resolve? But we still have to extract that data, and we do so by using the rec sub macro function. That macro function will include a regular expression, which will search for, in this case, specifically the OID that we have in the SNMP trap. The OID will contain a string behind it. We capture the string behind it, and that string, in this case, the first item value that we see in the list over here at the event name, contains the name of the DAS. And it will be added right there in the problem name when the problem starts. But we're not done yet. I have more information that I need within this problem, so I add more, specifically another item value after a /, and this item value will contain the path of where the equipment is located. Adding it to the problem, DAU2, HCU8, LRN6. But now we know which DAS, we know which equipment path, but we don't know what the alert is yet, so that's something we need to add as well. A third item value, another regular expression, and we capture the event name, resulting in we know which base station was actually sending this alert. We know which DAS, we know which equipment, and we know what the problem is, in this case, a node going offline. One item, about 4 triggers, and all of the alerts are being streamed into the system already, allowing us to deploy this quite quickly and doing it very resiliently. Now, then of course we still need an expression, so the expression also has to be a bit smart. We need to know what the severity is, so we include that one to make sure that we know what the severity is of the trap. So we grab that one. And very importantly, we also have to know if this was an alert that just started or if it resolved, because I do not like manual resolution. When you have to acknowledge the alert, we'll go through the acknowledge or in 6.40 update to actually close the issue. So we are going to make sure that we collect if it was a problem start. Now we know that the problem started. It will automatically send a resolution event once the problem is actually resolved, because we will get a new SNMP trap. Once again, we use the power of Zabbix, multiple event generation mode, but we combine it with the OK event closes all problems if a tag value matches. To make sure that that tag value is filled, we have the alarm number tag, which is also dynamically filled with information. We use an item value, once again with the rec sub, and in this case we capture the unique alert ID, or the alarm number. Put that in the tag, problem gets generated with that unique tag. We know which problem to close now because we match the alarm number, and the problem generated event will have the unique ID, but the resolution will have that unique ID as well, closing the alert once the alarm collector has decided that the alert should be closed. So, dynamic, quick to set up, takes a little bit of time to figure out though, but definitely super powerful.
So with over 120,000 assets being monitored, 136 stations, 10 data centers, all of that monitoring comes together on the Zabbix dashboards, and we have quite a few of them. The NOC and the SOC team then focus on the alerts that they would like to monitor. At first, we get thousands of alerts, you can imagine. But after a while, we have to kind of condense that down to what are the really important alerts that we need to concentrate on.
Yeah, so we built tens of dashboards, making sure that all of that information is included right there in the problems where we can see everything, making sure that those dashboards are ready for the NOC, are ready for the SOC, so that they can quickly make sure to pick up those alerts, resolve them, and get on that to make sure that once you walk into a or walk into a station in the London Underground, you can still watch your YouTube videos, you can work on stuff on your laptop, whatever you need, all while staying on the 4G and 5G networks and everything else that Bolin has to deliver up until you exit that tunnel again. Getting that ready for you. All right, that's all we have for you today, I think.
Yep.
Any questions?
Go a little easy. About 30% of the network is up and running. Most of it has been done on the tunnel side. When it comes to the stations, we're about 30% of the way. By 2025, the end of 2025, we should have all 136 stations active.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Well, how amazing, right? Monitor the underground of London, all with Zabbix. That's amazing. Okay, we're still talking about monitoring different kind of stuff, and we are going to talk about IoT and home stuff. And this next presentation is based on the blog post series called What's Up Home. You might remember him from last year. He was here as well. And, well, during the day, he's just an IT guy that's working on a security company called ForcePoint in Finland. But during the night, he's monitoring his home with Zabbix. Well, let's give a warm wave of applause to Janne Pikarainen.
Okay, good evening everyone. So you might remember me from last year. So I was here then telling how I monitor my home with Zabbix. Well, I have kind of moved on. Now I'm also controlling my home with Zabbix. So today we have been hearing a lot how everybody monitors their stuff using Zabbix, but you can do more than that. But before moving on, you have this little task to do. So while I'll wait for you to do something, I'm taking this mandatory selfie of myself here. Okay, so let's give this some time. I don't know if it works all the way in the back row there, but probably it will. The screen is bigger than I did remember. I didn't count this with Zabbix or anything, so I guess 30 seconds is almost up, so let's move on. So who am I? I'm Janne from Finland. I've been working on IT since 1999. I have been doing IT monitoring for over 20 years in one form or another, so that's familiar to me. Now for almost 10 years I have been working at ForcePoint. So like mentioned, we are a cybersecurity company for the big boys. We have full product line with firewalls and all kind of protections and remote browser isolation and cloud access security brokers, whatnot. So that's where I work. And at home, I do weird experiments with Zabbix, as you probably know if you read my blog. And I'm a walking, talking Zabbix commercial also at work, to the point that I know I'm very annoying. But that doesn't matter. I took the liberty of copying this picture from our company website. So here's examples of customers ForcePoint has. So like you see, we have all the biggest enterprises you can imagine of, then technology sector, there's car manufacturers, retail stores, grocery stores, stuff like that. So if you want, go check us out. So quick recap. My blog started in March 2022 when I started to monitor my home. I started to do blog about that to LinkedIn, thinking nobody would ever notice it, but then Zabbix the company did pick me up. So here I am again, Zabbix celebrity, now known all around the world. Then, after last year, I have done about 50 blog posts in total. The areas do range quite a lot. And I plan on doing much more of these. There was a little bit more silent period because our baby did transform to toddler, and she's taking so much of our time, but I'm now trying to pick up the pace again. So, what's new since last year first? Steve, oh Steve, I don't know what I do with you. The banana thing was easy, but now the giraffe. Tomorrow morning I'm going to this front-end widget workshop, so maybe I learn how to do a giraffe graph with growing neck, I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I've been doing so much weird stuff, so go check the Zabbix blog if you haven't read those. Also, last year I told I had integrated Zabbix with Blender 3D software, but look how awful it was. Now it's much more pretty, and it's also a clickable image map inside Zabbix. So there's more pictures than that from our other rooms, and I can turn on, turn off lights, stuff like that if I want, just by using Zabbix. But to today's topic. How to control your home with Zabbix and why to do that. Well, same reasons than with monitoring. You get this unified interface for everything, and Zabbix enables very complex alert rules. So whereas your typical IoT software is very dumb because it's made for consumers, you might or might not be able to create some alert rules, but then it would be only for one product, and it probably wouldn't be able to create very complex rules. So with Zabbix I can do stuff like if our door opens when we are not at home, and if a motion sensor picks up movement in some room, it's a clear indication that someone has broken into our home. And of course I'm doing this just because I can. And we have the Cosify Smart IoT Hub, and its app has one big flaw. It doesn't have, at least an iPhone, it doesn't have any kind of speech recognition because it doesn't support Siri, or it doesn't support the Siri or iOS shortcuts. So just by using iOS shortcuts and Zabbix API, I'm now able to control our home just by using Siri if I want. So basically, if I speak to my iPhone, then it will call to my Raspberry Pi, and then that will call Cosify API. Last year, I said here that Cosify API can at least read data. And that's what the documentation says. But if you dig deeper, you will find out that there's undocumented write functions. I can turn on and off scenes and individual devices, but it wasn't documented. So here's just an example of how Siri can turn on office lights using Zabbix. So it calls Zabbix API, and it runs the script.execute method with the script ID I want, and it basically works. And then with iOS shortcuts, you can then continue the shortcut to do something else if you want. So if you have an iPhone or Mac, and you have not ever taken a look at shortcuts, please do. They are very powerful. So how did I do all this? I have both automatic and manual scripts in Zabbix. The manual ones are triggered, of course, with the iOS shortcuts, but then you know in Zabbix, if you click on any host name, you get this scripts thing where you can, by default, there's the ping and detect operating system, something like that, but I added more, so I can adjust our AC, I can adjust lights, I can do more stuff just by clicking on host. So I know that part of Zabbix is a bit awkward. It could be better, but on the other hand, Alexei told that some kind of management would be coming to Zabbix, so maybe that would improve my situation at home for this. And then again, automatic scripts and triggers are, of course, used whenever Zabbix does adjust stuff based on an events like temperature or our home status changes to be away, something. So some useful examples. Nothing too fancy this time, or strange actually. Like you can see, these are almost normal, controlling TV or smart speakers or more. So controlling TV, I have on my Raspberry Pi, I have Home Assistant, and it's Samsung SmartThings plugin. SmartThings on Samsung brings all kind of APIs for their products, TVs, washing machines, whatever. So I did include that into my Home Assistant, and then my Zabbix can call Home Assistant API to do stuff. So then, again, when we leave home, Zabbix can turn off our TV if it would be on, and if someone would break into our home, at least in theory, it can then show CCTV camera material to burglar. So do you really want to continue your trip to our home? Then smart speaker. We have Sonos smart speaker. So then again, Zabbix can, while we are away, it can play music or something, so it sounds like we would be at home. Then again, if someone would enter our home, it can then play alert sounds. So yet again, something that Zabbix can easily control. Also, I think last year I told here that I'm polling Cosify every 5 minutes, but I found out over the year that I can do much more aggressive polling rate than that. So yeah, that's the way it works almost in real time. So there's an example of that Sonos speaker dashboard I built there. So it shows me if any song is playing and what's the volume level is and how long it's been playing and other stuff. Of course, we can control smart power sockets. So again, for the statistic parts, I get these nice statistics of how many hours some power socket has been on, how many times it has been turned on or off. And then the use cases again for any burglar, some special device could be turned on, or for more normal situations, it can then like warm our garage or turn on our air humidifier, or especially now that winter is coming, our CCTV camera can be a little bit unreliable. It thinks it's on, but in reality it only shows like black picture. But if that happens, Zabbix can automatically power cycle the camera, and it will come back online within a minute or two. So that can be very cool. Also, then controlling lights. So there's the scripts part of Zabbix interface. And this one is made with Cosify, like so many things on my integrations. And again, I get to see statistics about our lights, not only when they have been turned on or off, but I'm also seeing and can adjust, actually using Zabbix, the brightness, color of the lights, if it happens to be Philips Hue, which has the colors most of our lights are. And there's many use cases. Of course, this is the part I can easily also do with Cosify, but because I'm trying to move from Cosify's automation to Zabbix just to learn, it can now adjust like home office light brightness depending on the time of day. So if I want, during the night, if I enter the room, the light wouldn't be as bright as during daytime, because 3 a.m. I probably don't want to hit with most harsh light setting there. That would be possible. Yeah, so very handy thing. And here's an example of lights graph. Not the prettiest one, but anyway, you'll get to see at which point of time what light has been on or off. So there's graphs about other stuff of our home as well, like the power sockets, but yeah. Then Zabbix can also automatically react to stuff. So yeah, many of the examples I told could also be reacted by Zabbix automatically or controlled by me, but with these reactions, I now most mean purely the stuff it's doing when I'm not doing anything, so it would be only Zabbix doing it. So temperature is one of the most common thing I adjust with Zabbix. So now the winter is coming, so soon enough I have to start to heat our garage. And summertime, it then adjusts our AC. So that's depending on the time of day. If it's daytime and living room is too hot, then let's turn on the AC, and if during night, 2 a.m., it's too hot, then it can also turn on the AC. And since my blog started with the freezer thing, yeah, that's the rule set for freezer triggers. So it has saved us already a few times since last year. And it can also react to emergencies. So if something really bad would happen, like smoke detected in garage, then in that case, Zabbix could use all the bells and whistles it possibly can. So it could turn on all the lights at our home. It can then play alert sounds. It can start spamming us email that go to check garage. And it can send camera screenshots if wanted. So yeah, that can be very useful. If you want more information, well, go to Zabbix blog, go to my LinkedIn profile, and after this event, as soon as I can, I will release more material to my GitHub. I have kept this part mostly secret because I wanted to come on the stage this year to tell something new, not only recap what I've been doing. That would be kind of boring and weird also. So yeah, I seem to be ahead of time, so this will be strange, but carry on and wait, because one of my followers did send me a wish. He said that I would need to, please email work. Okay, someone from Uruguay, Alejandro, I guess, said that if here's Gustavo Guido, are you here? So, meet Gustavo Guido at the summit and take a photo with him for me. So, this is the perfect opportunity. So, come to stage, let's take a photo. What's a better?
No, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So that's it for today. See you tomorrow.
Just don't go too far. I have a couple of questions, actually more than a couple, but we'll try to make it, well, we have some extra time. So, one of them, okay, let's start with the most voted one. So, let's suppose you have an unlimited budget. What would you try to implement or monitor or both with Zabbix?
Unlimited budget. I don't know, because I think over the years I have spent maximum maybe 1,000 euros, and that's over 5 years. And it's all been possible with the cheap components. I actually don't know. Because tomorrow I'm going to tell how I monitor myself, so I'm already doing quite weird stuff. Well, I have to say I don't know yet.
Okay, then we will wait until you will present us maybe something new. Okay, another one. There are quite big interest. Will it be possible to somehow maybe approach you to see your instance and maybe how you control your home while you're here at Zabbix?
I don't know. I've been planning to show my instance more. Not going to allow anyone to control it, of course, but you know, I could share more of the templates I have done, configuration, and because in the long run, I'm planning to make this maybe not a product, but you know, some kind of package that would be helpful for others than me. Given that they would have Cosify, but on the other hand, many of the concepts I'm doing, they are easy to then port to any other IoT hub or thing you have at home.
But yeah, judging by the votes, there's a really big interest, and if you had a chance, everyone will be definitely happy. And I would also like to give word to Alexei.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that in Zabbix 7.0 alpha releases, we have introduced support of the history push method. So it's possible to use API to push metrics to Zabbix. And I think it could be a good opportunity to create maybe tomorrow at this workshop some widget with the real buttons, so you can control some things at your home. So,
hey,
yeah,
that's
so
excellent.
I think it might be, yeah, just a combination of new widgets with this history push and with the triggers, yeah, to control some things with the buttons or maybe with some other controls like different things, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Okay.
See you tomorrow, 8:30.
All right.
And just one more, the last one.
Okay.
So since you can control the lights, the lightning through the Zabbix, have you yet, or how many times maybe, turned your home into a disco party accidentally?
That would be cool. We have one cheap, this kind of, which looks almost like Northern Lights, but it changes the colors. It was supposed to relax our baby, they said. Instead, our baby goes full party mode when she sees the lights. So, of course, if I start turning that on and off remotely, maybe, then Philips Hues allow some very rapid light color changes if wanted, but disco. But yeah, maybe some kind of music synced thing. I don't know yet. I have a MIDI keyboard, so yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep. Thank you very much for your presentation and answers.
Okay, guys. So, now we are going to start the lightning talks. Small conversations, small debates that we have experienced being shared with you guys. And the first one, you already knew it, got to know him. I would like to call to the stage Gustavo Guido, the director at Custos Uruguay, or partner from Uruguay, and Michael Wagner from Pure Facts.
Thank you. Where's the console?
Over there.
Okay, we are Custos and he's a customer, and we are presenting a little example of what we do in real life. This is the team of Custos. we are presenting this modification of the templates in Oracle in order to automatize the monitoring of many instances of Oracle. He is the one that asked for it, so he will explain a bit more.
Thank you, Gustavo. So hello, everyone. My name is Michael. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer of PureFacts. PureFacts is a software as a service provider who is focused on the financial service industry. So we're doing revenue management for the wealth and asset management. We are actually deploying our solutions globally. I have been using Zabbix for about 10 years for our internal infrastructure, so monitoring our development systems, our integration systems, our internal IT infrastructure, and about 2 years ago, I actually engaged with Kustos to help us rolling out also Zabbix to our cloud services. The company is about 150 employees, so pretty similar size than Zabbix is actually, I learned yesterday. I have 4 offices around the world with about 120 clients worldwide. So the project itself, the challenge that we had is a global Zabbix deployment in 12 Azure regions, which are in Canada, the US, in UK, Switzerland, and in Europe. So in each of these locations, we have at least 2 Azure data centers, which we are using, plus in the EU, we have actually 4. So we deployed local proxies in all of these regions. And for security reasons, we don't allow any passive communication. So all the agent communication needs to be active. That was quite a challenge because a lot of the templates that are there out of the box that we wanted to use are actually not available for active connections. And another challenge that we had is actually that a lot of these templates require credentials to be stored in local config files, which is also a no-go, especially in financial services industry. Security is a pretty big topic. So therefore, below we have a list of different services which we started monitoring. And Gustavo will now give an overview on the first one, which is the Oracle database monitoring, which, as he mentioned already out of the box, was not capable doing what we needed, and all the modifications that were done by Kustos for our requirements.
Okay, so now, as Michael says, the templates that we have in Zabbix are for a single instance, all the checks are passive, and you must provide a password for the connection. So you have 2 templates. One is the Zabbix agent template, and there is an example of an item where you must provide a password. It is for a single instance, and this not fit the requirements. The template Oracle by ODBC is more or less the same thing. You must provide a password, is for a single instance, and is a passive check. So none of these can fulfill the requirements. So we start thinking if we can change a bit the templates. So we study the templates. We think, well, if you have a master item, and in that master item we include the name of the instances, then we can, in a pre-processing, separate all the information, taking in account the instance name. So this is very straightforward, nothing too much intelligent here. And there is the JSON path to extract all the information separated for every instance. So we are taking into account the instance name in the JSON path. Okay, we can do this Zabbix agent with active checks. We can add the encryption, and we use custom user parameters to execute a script in the host that we are monitoring. In that PowerShell, we are avoiding the use of the password in the connection. The dependent items will use JSON preprocessing, and the low-level discovery will generate the JSON in order to inform us all the different instances that are installed. This will need agent configuration and a front-end configuration just to store the data, or ask the data. In the agent configuration, we must modify the agent configuration file in order to teach the Zabbix agent how to execute the PowerShell with the parameters we pass. Very similar, it was another talk here that made basically the same thing. We have to adjust the timeout, and we wish they were a timeout just for the user parameters and not the others items, and in 7.0, I think we will have this achieved. After that, we need to copy all the scripts and all the SQLs we want to run in the different instances. So this is the hard part, because you must do this in every host you want to monitor. Then you will create the host in the front end, assign the template, and configure it, telling him which are the different instances. There are some default values just to not fall in without data. And here is what we get at the end. All the items will be gathering the information from one master, and that's all. Lightning talk, lightning talk. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
No questions?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Guido.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, for the next lightning talk, we're going to talk about, it's a huge title, Exploring Unconventional Scalability Techniques for Zabbix Proxy, a Playful Approach. And I would like to invite to the stage the Zabbix Certified Training and Expert, from Applet, Poland, Robert Juris. If you want to pass on.
Thanks for having me. So I will talk a little bit about Zabbix proxies. So, apparently this is our theme today. So about me, this is not really important, you know this already, but you may find my LinkedIn profile and GitHub repository quite useful, especially the GitHub repository. There is some stuff there. And let's dive right in. So most of you would be familiar with this setup. So what we have here, we have a classic Zabbix proxy cluster, which utilizes CoroSync a pacemaker for an active standby solution, right? So we have a load balancer here, although it must not be a load balancer specifically. You can go with Keep Alive or whatever you want. I'm just using this to, let's say, give you a primer for the next slide, which is awful. So how this works? Of course, you have the proxy name with hostname proxy with the active and standby. Of course, you have that. What would happen if you had both of those instances active? Most of the time, that would be a configuration error because you do not want that. But what if you wanted that? So this is an alternative approach where you have a cluster of active proxies which all share the same host name. So it is proxy, and they are all active, right? They are all accepting connections. Of course, they're all accessing Zabbix server. So what would be the use case and what are the considerations for this to actually work? So it works only with active proxies because the active proxy will connect to the Zabbix server. With passive, that wouldn't work because you have only one IP. Then it will work only with active items. So passive items are a no-go because you would actually perform a DOS attack on your environment if you did that, unless that is what you want. So, go ahead. Next, the proxy overload protection might not work as expected because you have a proxy queue, and if you have, 3 or more proxies with the same name, that would probably mess something up. So, that might not be good. Also, sticky sessions are required for some types of preprocessing, namely the change and change per second. Because if you have the same host writing to different proxies, then you have different calculations. So you don't want the same item to be processed on different proxies because that would yield invalid results. And next step, the config cache load should be synchronized because you want all the proxies to share the same configuration. So that is a challenge. And the last thing is that troubleshooting may be challenging because if you have an error, then pinpointing it might be quite hard. Why? Because you have the same proxy name everywhere. You don't know which host writes to which proxy, so you need to monitor each and every log file separately. Also, you need to monitor the queue, the config cache usage for each proxy, and that may be challenging. So, considering that this setup can work under certain conditions, it may be possibly dangerous if you use passive proxies. I and my colleagues consider this to be absolutely barbaric, but also, if you hadn't already, this is your reminder to think about the Roman Empire. So, what are the advantages of such a setup? First, it works. So it was tested with, I think, couple dozen NVPS. So, for a small environment that worked, and that's something. It is resilient to node failure, because if you have multiple proxies that are doing basically the same, if one is down, then you don't need to actually do anything. The load balancer will just forward the request to another proxy, so that's a plus. And scalability achieved. So basically, you can put this in any environment. So you can go in Kubernetes and have auto-scaling there. You can put it in Azure. You can put it anywhere because it will just work on the condition that each proxy has its own database. But there's that. Though it might work better with 7.0 than it actually is now. So it's something. And thank you. That would be all. Am I free to go?
You're free to go. Thank you, Robert. You can leave this one. Okay, so I'd like to remind you guys that tomorrow we'll be having exams only for those that have already subscribed, okay? The exams will start at 8:30 in the morning. The same goes for the workshops, and we still have some spots on the workshops, okay? And I just forgot my phone because we have some details. Just a minute. Thank you, Zane. About the workshops, they will be happening at 8:30. As I said, we have 3 spots. And just to go an overview here, we have database monitoring with Zabbix with Edgar Melveres, LLD and host prototypes with Brian Van Buykel, and stream your data with Steve Destivelle. Can I say banana now? Okay. We also have custom widget creation in Zabbix 7.0 with Andres Verzia. But we have some, for those that are going to take part in this workshop, we have some details that we'd like just for you, so you get ready for it. Let's see, before we start, please check if you are able to edit text files over FTP. During the workshop, attendees will have to write PHP and JavaScript code, so it's better to ensure that to have the best experience from the workshop and not waste so much time, you prepare a code editing software of your choice. Attendees will be required to connect to pre-configured virtual machines via SCP and SSH, so please prepare your client of your choice, like PuTTY. And attendees will also be required to connect to, no, that's just the repeated information. Okay, that's it for the exams and workshops. Okay, just reminding you that we still have some free spots. Check it out. You can check on your email that you received on the 4th of October. Or you can just look for some of us on the cabin, on the registration table to get some information. And though what you're doing, we're leaving. No one's leaving. What are you doing? Okay, we still have some things here. Talking about our party of tonight. We are going to the Railroad Museum, Rail History Museum. It's starting at 7, but before that, we are going to have a group picture. Yay! So I'd like to invite all of you to take a picture in group. I'm not sure if it's raining, but we may possibly take it outside or inside. I'm not sure yet. We'll check it real quick. Outside? In here? Okay, it was being here. Okay, so no one leaves. Please stay there. Leave your package. And okay, I think that's it. We'll take a group picture. Everybody, just wake up, like, slap your face, look pretty. Okay, I'll get in place as well.